Thank you, Sue. Still not comfortable hearing all those words and syllables being read about yourself. Thank you all for being here. One of the things that I committed to Sue last night was that I would not spend 5 minutes up here thanking people. And I told her that, I was the man for the job and I would be vigilant, if not militant, in meeting that requirement. But I do want to thank you all for being here. I'm from Washington, D.C. I, too, had a very interesting travel story and day yesterday. I'll share that over drinks as well, like Sue. But one of the things I do realize is that, me knowing about traffic here, like some of y'all probably left your homes about the same time I left Washington in order to be here for an 8:30 start. So thank you for doing that. Now, like I said, it's great to be here in the City of Angels and, particularly here rolling out or opening our second in the Discover Global Markets event series. How and why did we get here? It started with, certainly as Sue mentioned, the hard work of our staff, but from conception and a lot of policymakers and executives back in Washington, and from the top of the government, the President of the United States, Barack Obama, launched the National Export Initiative in 2010 with the broad goal of, baking export promotion trade into the fabric of U.S. businesses through any number of means. And we've seen over the course of the last 4 years your great success, culminating in 2013 with $2.3 trillion in merchandise exports throughout the U.S., $168 billion of which is due to California businesses taking the plunge and selling international. So you all should be commended. But what we also know is that there's a lot more we could do. There are far more businesses that can and should be exporting, and those of you who are current exporters can and should be exporting a lot more. And that's really what this event series is about. As we travel the country, since my time at the Department of Commerce and here at Commercial Service, one of the things I hear consistently from current exporters, prospective business owners, is that they, one, are not aware of all of the resources, tools, programs, and services available to them, one. And two, they don't have time to partake in those services and programs because they're too busy running their businesses. So that's sort of how we got to the visioning of the Discover Global Market series. One, we wanted to bring all of these great suites of services directly to you under one tent, per se, in my P.T. Barnum parlance, so that you didn't have to spend a lot of time running from agency to agency, office to office, lawyer to consultant, tax advisor to accountant. We'll bring all of those people right here, and hopefully you only have to miss part of your workday in learning about how you can expand your business through exports. In addition to the Discover Global Market series, just about a week and a half ago, we rolled out the National Export Initiative Next, which is sort of redoubling down on our efforts throughout the government and throughout the business and private sector communities to also further catalyze more of this export growth. And we're looking to do that through 5 main pillars. And I want to just sort of share those with you. One, connecting more American businesses to the next global customer, something you can get started here at the DGM event. Making American businesses' next international shipment easier and less expensive, working with our partners at the Customs and Border Patrol agencies and DHS. Expanding access for American businesses to finance their next export transaction. That's through SBA, EXIM finance products, any number of our private sector partners who are represented here as well. Also promoting exports and investment as the next economic development priority for American communities. We've already been working with the mayor here, mayors and governors around the country to, one, let them know more about our Select USA program, our Inward Investment Program, because we do believe that, not just attracting more inward investment, but also helping some of our small and medium-sized enterprises throughout the country will help sustain our communities into the future. And lastly, helping to create and foster and ensure the next global opportunity for American businesses. And in a lot of respects, that's working with our colleagues back in global markets in DC to remove market access barriers, non-tariff trade barriers in any number of countries, so that whether it's European market you're looking to enter through hopefully some of the consulting and information you'll gain here the next couple of days, or any of our other markets around the country, just know that folks are working really hard. And if you're running into problems, share that information. Far too often we hear from businesses after they've run into after they've run into a snag. We like to be more proactive, and hearing from you in advance about your future plans will then help us right-size our approach. So if we want to double exports, we can't do it alone. We realize that, I'm from the government, I'm here to help, but oftentimes that doesn't get me into the room. That help introduce me to new businesses. It's through these partnerships, our private sector partners. Thanks to Microsoft for opening the live stream again to make this conference available to not just you all who are sitting here in the room, but to other businesses around the country. So thank you to that partner, in addition to all of our other strategic and marketing partners who you'll see outside of the room. Again, our key goal is to increase the number of exports and the number of markets that U.S. businesses are exporting to. And that's something we look forward to doing hand in hand with you all, both here at this Discover event and then through the other 5 happening around the country. I certainly hope and wish that all of you get a lot of information and knowledge out of the next couple of days events. And I certainly hope to see you at the next event, which I think will be in Detroit, and subsequent Discover Global Markets events around the country. Thank you again, and look forward to seeing and hearing great things about you all and your businesses.
Thank you, Antoine. Whoa. There we go. And Richard, great video. I stand corrected. I was saying, no, that's a bad idea, but that was really good. Our first panel of the day is the European Overview, an in-depth examination of the transatlantic trade relationship. Before I introduce the panel, I want to mention that this is being live streamed on trade.gov/Discover Forums, as well as on our DECSocal.org website. So you can see it live, and you can also see it on your computers. So moderating for us is Ms. Kimberly Benson, Vice President of CANG International USA. Ms. Benson and the rest of the panel, please join us on stage.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our panelists. Hi, Beryl.
Hi, Kim.
Welcome to the conference. My name is Kim Benson. I'm the Vice President and co-owner of CANG International. We're an export management company based in San Diego, California. And I'm really pleased to be here today because our company has been in business for over 20 years now. And we, as a small business, have used the services of the Department of Commerce and virtually all of the services that you will hear about today to expand our business worldwide. And it's been tremendously helpful for us. So I'm really honored and happy to be here today to have this opportunity to moderate such a distinguished panel. The goal of our session this morning is to really provide you with an overview of the transatlantic trade relationship as it stands now, even prior to the negotiation of the free trade agreement, which you'll hear quite a bit about today. This is indeed a very interesting and exciting time for both regions, and especially for the economic ties that we have between the two. As a co-owner of a small business whose revenue is derived 100% from U.S. export sales, I'm very aware of the positive impact that this two-way trading relationship between the U.S. and the EU has on not only companies, but states and governments as well. This two-way trading relationship already covers close to half of global gross domestic product. And the Transatlantic Trade and Investment Partnership, as you'll hear quite a bit about today, that's currently under negotiation, has the potential to become the largest trade and investment deal ever negotiated. The TTIP, as it's called, represents a key component of the current U.S. trade agenda. And by the way, if you look at the entire trade agenda being negotiated at the present time between all of the various trade agreements we are undertaking, really this is the most ambitious trade agenda the U.S. has ever undertaken. So we're at a very historic time, not only for the US-EU relationship, but also for the US engaging with the rest of the world. And along those lines, I think it's also important to note that trade liberalization is one of the, frankly, few truly bipartisan issues that we are now working with as a policy goal for our nation. Now, TTIP is far more than just a traditional trade agreement. It represents an opportunity for us to revitalize the relationship between the EU and the US, who are the world's two largest economies. Through the TTIP, we in both regions can demonstrate the continued relevance and importance of our shared values, such as strong protection for intellectual property, labor, and environmental rights, as well as the rule of law. It's been estimated that an ambitiously negotiated TTIP agreement could create 740,000 jobs in the US alone, and that is only taken into account the estimates related to the sale of products. If you are including in this the additional positive effects of foreign direct investment and also sale of services, this number can grow significantly larger. In fact, the Atlantic Council recently put out a series of reports analyzing the potential impact of TTIP on key sectors such as communications, motor vehicles, and manufacturing in general. And these reports point out that through the benefits that are created to those cross-cutting sectors, TTIP can dramatically boost exports across virtually all sectors of our economy. I'm delighted and honored that we are joined this morning by three very distinguished panelists. And I encourage you all to read their biographical backgrounds that are on the website. In addition to their expertise with respect to Europe, they each have a great deal of knowledge about a variety of regions around the world from which we can all benefit. Our first panelist is Beryl Blecker. And Beryl is a member of the Senior Foreign Service and is the Senior Commercial Officer at the Commercial Services Mission to the European Union in Brussels. Carmine De Loisio is the Minister for Commercial Affairs for Italy and Senior Commercial Officer for Europe as part of the U.S. Commercial Service, U.S. Department of Commerce. Carmine's based in Rome. Skip Jones is based in Washington, D.C., and he is the Executive Director for Europe and Eurasia, part of the Global Markets Division of the U.S. Department of Commerce. I'd like to invite Beryl now to provide us with an overview presentation, and then we will follow that with a conversation with our panelists. Beryl, the floor is now yours.
Thank you, Kim. I think I can just use this. No? Okay. Thank you, Kim. I hope you can hear me. And what a good-looking crowd you are. I wasn't prepared for so many people so early in the morning. All right, let's see if this is going to work. Okay, I'm going to start with a presentation, a bit of a PowerPoint presentation on the European Union. The European Union is America's largest trading partner. And my remarks are intended to set the stage for today's and tomorrow's presentations on subregions and also industry sectors. This is not enough? Oh, I need to use this as well, I'm sorry. Okay, so, I need two hands here. Okay, so my remarks are going to focus on what is the EU, why is it important to you, why is the EU relevant to the US, and I'll talk about legislation in the key sectors that will affect American business. I'll talk about US and EU economic cooperation, the Transatlantic Trade and Investment Partnership I'll just touch upon. And then I want to tell you a little bit about my office, because we're rather unique and I think we can play an important role for all of you. So first of all, why a European Union? The concept behind the European Union was to rebuild Europe through a guarantee of peace among the European nations. This very week marks the 70th anniversary of the Normandy landing. In fact, President Obama is coming to Europe. He's in Brussels for the G7 meetings this week, and then off to Normandy. So the European Union is best understood as an evolution of the European community and how it was established through various treaties. And I'm going to briefly explain that. The first treaty was in 1951, and it established the European Coal and Steel Community. The photograph that you see is Robert Schuman signing that agreement. And that first started the countries working together. And as you see, the initial countries were Germany, France, Italy, the Netherlands, Belgium, and Luxembourg. That was the start of the European Union in 1951. In 1957, the Treaty of Rome created the Economic Community, and it extended the cooperation into general economic areas. The big treaty was 1992, and that was the Maastricht Treaty. It established the European Union, and it also set out the plan for the introduction of the euro. In 2007, the last treaty, the Lisbon Treaty, really opened the European Union into areas that it had not encountered before, it had not delved into, like foreign affairs and justice and home affairs. It also redistributed power and gave more of the power to the European Parliament. And perhaps you've heard about the European Parliament elections that were held just last month. So with all this in mind, I want you to think back about history in Europe a bit. 2014 marks the 100th anniversary of World War I. And this next year is the 70th anniversary of the end of World War II. And here we have the UK, Germany, and France, key allies and the pillars of today's European Union. So, what does the European Union mean? It is a single market. Since 1992, the single market has grown to include 28 member states, and we refer to the countries as member states, but these are sovereign nations. There's now over 500 million consumers that are part of the European Union. Harmonization of laws and standardization simplifies market access, and that is what is most important for all of you. The fact that it is harmonized legislation means that if you meet the legislation to be able to sell in one market in Germany, you can sell in the 27 other countries of the European Union. The majority of this legislation was put in place in the late 80s when they adopted the single market. Harmonization removed the barriers, but differences still exist. It's not a perfect single market yet. And this includes requirements for construction products. There are differences in the VAT tax charged between the different countries, use of language, market surveillance, and that's a term we use quite often in the European Union. That has everything to do with meeting the product testing and also scrutiny on the market. You ship goods into a country, and remember, it's one border. You ship into France, and those goods can travel throughout the European Union. But the scrutiny, the surveillance may be different in different countries. The main objectives of the legislation are really to protect the health and safety of EU citizens. And I know many of us say, oh, that legislation is so onerous and burdensome for companies, but consider the legislation that we have in place through our U.S. government agencies like EPA, FDA, NHTSA, etc. So the European Union legislation is similar, it's comparable to all that. It's also aimed, all this legislation, at the proper functioning of a single market and ensuring the free movement of goods and people. There's a Schengen zone, people travel. Once you land in the Schengen zone, if you take a trip to Europe and you land in Germany and you decide you want to go to France or you want to go to Belgium or Austria, you never show your passport again. So as long as you're in the Schengen zone, there's no passport control, just like your goods move freely. The customs union means that any port or city applies the same duty rate. It's the same duty rate throughout the 28 countries of the European Union. It only happens once. And there's a free flow of all compliant goods within the borders of the EU, as long as they meet the EU requirements. So let's talk about the EU today. There are 28 member states, plus Norway, Iceland, and Liechtenstein. and together that's known as the European Economic Area. Switzerland is a European Free Trade Association country, and the EU and Switzerland signed a mutual recognition agreement. Just last July, Croatia joined the European Union, and Serbia, Montenegro, Turkey, and the former Yugoslav Republic of Macedonia are officially candidate countries with negotiations ongoing. The Eurozone, which is where you can use the euro and where you can quote prices in euros, includes 18 countries. Latvia was the last country to join the Eurozone in January 2014. In 1998, 11 EU member states met the convergence criteria for the euro, and the zone came into existence with the official launch of the euro in 1999, January 1st. The original Eurozone countries were Belgium, Germany, Ireland, Spain, Italy, Luxembourg, the Netherlands, Austria, Portugal, and Finland. And since then, Greece, Slovenia, Malta, Cyprus, Slovakia, Estonia, and Latvia joined. That makes 18 member states with more than 330 million people in the Eurozone. The EU also promotes its regulatory model, and that's very important with third countries, and you should keep this in mind. The use of the European norm technical specifications, that's the EU standards, are accepted in countries like Israel, Brazil, and Mexico. Acceptance of CE marking for medical devices is already underway. It's accepted in Turkey and Australia. When I served in Australia, that was the biggest problem. They all needed CE marking, which were not the same as our FDA marks. So why is the EU important to the US? We have the world's largest bilateral economic relationship. The trade is worth over $5 trillion, 50% of the world GDP. 15 million workers are employed to support that trade. And the significance of EU legislation, 80 to 90% of the legislation that affects business is at the EU level. It's not at the member state level. So, despite all the continuing economic turbulence in Europe, everything you read about, the US and the EU remain each other's most important markets. 40% of the purchasing power and 30% of the world trade are EU-US. The transatlantic economy generates $5.3 trillion in commercial sales annually. The US-EU trade climbed to $787 billion in 2013, double the level of 2000. Our merchandise trade totaled an estimated $650 billion in 2013, up 68% from the figure in 2000. And each day, goods and services worth $2.7 billion are traded. We are each other's source, primary source and destination for foreign direct investment. US FDI outflows rose by 6% in 2013 to Europe, totaling an estimated $200 billion. Let me just put Europe in comparison with other regions of the world. US cumulative investment in Brazil since 2000 is $52.6 billion, has been roughly 1/4 of total US investment in only Ireland. Since 2000, US investment in India, $27.7 billion, has been less than US investment in Italy alone, which was $34.5 billion. And since 2000, US firms have invested more in the Netherlands, $513 billion, and in the UK, $383 billion, than in South and Central America, Middle East, and Africa combined. That was $341 billion. Let me bring it a little bit down to home, to California. In 2012, Europe purchased $30 billion worth of goods from California. Not surprisingly, the #1 export was computers and electronic products. California's top EU export markets in 2012 or Germany, the Netherlands, UK, Belgium, and France. So now, if you'll bear with me, I just want to talk about the legislation, and then it'll be clear why it's important to you. These are the areas that the EU covers and are most important for US business. So I'm going to start with the consumer and product safety legislation. Again, 80% of the goods are covered by EU legislation, though member states retain some powers. In most cases, in the consumer product safety, manufacturers can declare compliance themselves without mandatory involvement of a test laboratory or government authority. Where the risk is high, such as pharmaceuticals, medical device implants, road safety, self-certification is not an option. Meeting EU standards is voluntary, but doing so assures compliance with the mandatory EU requirements. It's legislation. There are 20-plus CE marking certification laws, including but not limited to products like medical device, machine safety, the Construction Products Regulation, Electromagnetic Compatibility Directive, Low Voltage Directive, cosmetics, pharmaceutical, nutritional supplements. I tell you all this because I brought the expert on all of these subjects here. Sylvia Moore is somewhere seated here. She is our standards and regulatory expert in my office. So Sylvia is available for counseling. I know she has dozens of appointments, and she's also doing a session on, and I have a slide on this later, on EU regulatory requirements. Now let me go to environmental legislation. Some of you may have heard about this. This is REACH, Registration, Evaluation, Authorization, and Restriction of Chemicals. It's similar. It has the same purpose as EPA's TSCA legislation, but it measures things differently. There's also the restriction of hazardous substances, ROS, and ROS applies to the manufacturing process for machinery and electronics. There's also WE for waste and electrical and electronic equipment that's really related to recycling of ICT products. You, as exporters, need to comply with this legislation. There's biocidal products legislation, fluorinated gases legislation, that has to do with air conditioning. Energy-related legislation. Energy-related legislation has more to do with opportunities. The 2020 Climate and Energy Package and Roadmap 2050. And then there's also the 2007, the Commission adopted this, low carbon, the goal was to reduce carbon emission and for renewable energy growth, improving energy efficiency as well. The following pieces of legislation are intended to help the EU achieve these goals. There's the Renewable Energy Directive, the Energy Efficiency and Energy Labeling legislation, and Energy Performance and Buildings Directive. ICT legislation for anyone in the ICT field, and Data Protection Directive. You hear a lot about it. In fact, Raphael referred to the right to be forgotten. That all comes under the area of data privacy. And I'll be doing a session tomorrow, a breakout session on data privacy and e-commerce. There's also an e-commerce directive, a consumer rights directive, and cybersecurity legislation. We have automotive legislation, no different than what NHTSA does here in the United States. And this covers cars, trucks, quadricycles, 2- and 3-wheel vehicles, etc. And then you have the area of, there's 4 public procurement directives. I know there are some companies that are in the utility sectors here. One of the public procurement directives follows the classical sectors, all civil sectors. Then there's utilities, there's also concessions, and defense and security. There's my pitch for Sylvia's session today on EU regulations and standards, and she will cover all of the legislation in the regulatory area. And my session tomorrow on e-commerce and data privacy, if you're interested in that. Now let me just briefly mention what we're doing on US and EU economic cooperation. Over the years, the United States and the EU have developed various forms of deep cooperation. The Transatlantic Economic Council came into being in 2007. It identifies policies and measures to increase U.S.-EU trade and investment to support mutually beneficial jobs, economic growth, and international competitiveness. In 2011, the high-level working group on jobs and growth was established to scope the possibilities for an agreement beyond that of a traditional FTA. And a report was issued with its findings in February 2013, and that led to the Transatlantic Trade and Investment Partnership. I will just briefly mention what the goals of this agreement are. As successful as the U.S.-EU economic relationship already is, we're optimistic that an additional boost can add to our trade and economy. A number of studies have suggested that a comprehensive trade agreement could add tens of billions of dollars to U.S. exports and GDP. The goals are ambitious. We in the EU have agreed to seek full elimination of tariffs, substantial progress on reducing regulatory and other non-tariff barriers, and address emerging challenges for global trade, such as state-owned enterprises and localization barriers, while maintaining the level of health, safety, and environmental protection our people have come to expect. We seek greater compatibility of U.S. and EU regulations and standards, and TTIP was expected to always be a challenging negotiation, and it's not disappointed us. The EU and the US have highly developed and deeply ingrained regulatory and legal structures. The barriers to our trade that were easiest to eliminate are already gone. So most things have already been done, and what's left are the challenging ones. But our work with the EU and our shared high level of political commitment give us confidence that we can make substantial progress on the difficult issues, including some that have defied solutions for many years. Now, finally, I'd just like to give you a little pitch on my office. Unlike most of our commercial service offices that can help introduce you to individual country markets or work with you across the borders, my office is staffed with a group of commercial specialists and officers that assist with legislation. We prepare market research reports. We give advice to companies on how to meet those requirements and how to get into the market. And we do advocacy. If you run into problems where countries are not complying with EU legislation, we will go to the Commission and research this. We will bring your case to them. We are not lawyers to represent you, and we will tell you what the next steps are, but we will work on your behalf. We do regular webinars, some entry level and others that are very high depth, focused on topics like REACH, all of the legislation. Here's a list of the office, and this presentation is available to all. And lastly, I want to end with this slide. I'm going to try to take a drink. Thank you. I did come. Oh, okay. Thank you. It's important to remember that, thank you all, that the single market is a work in progress. The 28 countries still retain their national identity, their own language, their preferred style, their way of doing business, and their own idiosyncrasies. But it is a union, so good luck. Thank you. Sorry.
I just need to grab my.
I could only talk so long without drinking.
Well, thank you very much, Beryl, for that.
Oh, we can leave that up. Everybody can have a good layout.
Yeah, perfect. Well, thank you all for being here. With Beryl's introduction, I think it lays the groundwork for our discussion this morning. And I'd like to actually, I think, start with Carmine. If you wouldn't mind giving us a sense of the overall business climate in Europe from the standpoint of a U.S. company looking at the region.
Thank you, Kim. and it's a pleasure to be here with you all. Well, I think this conference is very timely because Europe is now recovering from its long recession, and the EU 28 are coming out of the recession and generally returning to growth. And the 18-country Eurozone, as Beryl mentioned, the Euro countries, they're also expected to grow a little 1%, and next year pick up steam and grow a couple percent. So this is a good time for Europe. What's driving this recovery? We see that the easing of fiscal policies around Europe is strengthening demand and it's strengthening output as well. Consumers are more confident, companies are able to get more credit. Trade has been a very big factor in helping the companies come out of the recession. So we see growth again. The glass is definitely half full. And again, as I think Beryl said, this is a very, very large economy. Sophisticated consumers, very much like us, and American trends drive a lot of the consumer trends in Europe as well. In addition to that, I think it's important to recognize that we are so integrated with the European Union countries that our businesses pretty much tied into European supply chain networks. So we are major customers, but also major suppliers for the large economies from Germany to UK, France, and Italy. They are major exporters, and our firms, and I think you all are very much integrated. So the trends are good. If we take a look at the industries that are important to California, the cyclical recovery, I think, is useful to watch what is happening there. In the consumer area, and I know there's a lot of lifestyle companies here in California at this conference, this is picking up steam. High-end spending is starting again. We see, for example, in the cosmetics area, huge potential in the cosmeceuticals area, in natural products, in men's products. Throughout the recession, this sector, subsector, if you will, segments continue to grow. The information, communications, technology industries are also emerging from the crisis, and network operators are investing in infrastructure. Again, the 4G networks are coming online. Digital technology has always been viewed in Europe as a primary way to increase firm efficiency, but increasingly European companies are looking to digital technology as a way to deliver more customer experience, better customer experience, and to open up new sales channels. Like the United States, cybersecurity is an increasing problem. It's getting a lot of public attention as well as policy attention. Our U.S. companies are way ahead of the curve, and that offers great opportunities. Europe is also one of the largest healthcare markets in the world, and we see that governments, much like the United States, are struggling to reduce costs and cost pressures, as well as trying to cope with aging populations, is creating opportunities for innovative and cost-efficient, cost-effective products. Aerospace and defense, I know it's important in the Southern California area. It's a very mature, sophisticated, competitive industry in Europe, and the supply chains, the majors from Airbus to Boeing, are American companies are integrating into Europe, and the Europeans are integrating in the United States, so there are increasing supply chain opportunities. Let me just mention two other industries to kind of round out this part of the presentation. Also in the consumer area, auto registrations are finally picking up. There's a very lively aftermarket as people keep their cars longer, as they still have to repair and comply with strict pollution regulations. The hybrid, the electric, the e-mobility market is suddenly beginning to blossom. In some countries in particular, like Germany, car sharing is now extensive, where it is just starting to get introduced in other countries, such as Italy. For example, in Rome, car sharing was introduced just a couple of months ago. Finally, on energy, well, the Ukraine crisis has certainly grabbed everybody's attention, and it's driving policy and business decisions. Energy security is very important. The impact on the building market, I think, is significant. Already you have a lot of emphasis, EU regulations that require more efficient energy buildings. However, the built environment of old buildings, historic buildings, is creating a lot of opportunities for companies. So this is kind of the general industry trends happening in Europe.
Thank you. Skip, what do you see as the main goals for the Transatlantic Trade and Investment Partnership? How far along are we in the negotiations, and when do you expect those to conclude?
Well, thanks, Kim. And Beryl's already focused a little bit on the high-level goals. As she said, one of the things we're trying to do is to eliminate all tariffs between the United States and the European Union, and to really open up the market for services providers. And as she also mentioned, that's kind of part of the low-hanging fruit. We do have some high tariffs, we do have some service barriers, but over the last 40 years, we've managed to build a lot of that down. There's some pockets left. But the real opportunity and the real challenge lies in reducing the costs of regulatory differences. And so a lot of what we're focused on is in that area. And as we bring these costs down and increase competition, this delivers benefits to our firms and to our consumers. And it also stimulates the growth that we all need to see and supports jobs, which then, of course, brings extra benefits to our workers. Now, we've been at this for about a year. We started last July with the first, what we call them, round. And we go back and forth between Brussels and Washington. We may get to some of the outside cities. I think the next time we have it in the United States, we might take it a little further afield. Working on trying to come to an agreement. And in any negotiation, you start at the first session, you say, why don't you just adopt my approach? It's pretty darn good. And so then the next phase is they're both talking to each other, and you say, well, tell me a little bit more about your approach so I can understand it better. And that happens for a while. And the third phase is, well, look, this part of your approach and this part of my approach, they seem pretty good. And if we merge them, boy, we have a great idea. We can go forward with that. And in many of the areas, we've actually reached that third stage. And so we've gotten through the mine's better than yours, and now we're working on, well, how do we combine these to make a better product? Not all. We knew that some of the areas were going to be difficult. Agriculture, we knew that was going to be difficult. Regulations, we knew that was going to be difficult. And Beryl has suggested those areas haven't disappointed us. They are difficult indeed. But we are making progress. And our leaders have charged us with delivering a very high standard agreement that really sets the tone and sets the benchmark for 21st century trade agreements. So we're going to take the time necessary to get that done, because that's what will really provide the benefits for our workers, our firms, and our consumers. So we'll let the substance drive the calendar. We don't have a firm end date established.
And how do you respond to the question, is this agreement only beneficial for large multinational corporations versus small ones?
Thanks. That's an excellent question. We hear it a lot. Any company that's looking at, here in the United States, that's looking at, I currently can serve 300 million consumers, but gee, with this agreement, there's 800 million consumers on the table. That should be of interest. And studies have long shown that for both large and small companies, if you're involved in international trade, importing and exporting, you tend to grow faster, you tend to hire more, And the wages in your company tend to be higher than for companies that are not engaged in trade. So that's another reason for companies to be really interested. And if you think about a trade agreement, what a trade agreement does is it sets and improves the rules of the road and increases the transparency so everybody knows what those rules are. And those are inherently beneficial to small and medium-sized companies. The big firms, they can hire legions of lawyers and consultants and everybody to figure all that out. Smaller firms, they really need the transparency and the rules that come from a trade agreement. And so the agreement itself, in addition to opening up the door to all those additional consumers, will make it easier for small and medium-sized companies to understand what they need to do to become involved in that marketplace. So for all those reasons, I think it's of interest to both big and small companies.
Very good. And just as a follow-up point to that topic, there have been studies that have shown that if you look at the foreign transactions that multinational corporations do, large multinational corporations, 85% of those transactions are them selling to themselves or shipping to a foreign affiliate. Whereas when you look at small companies, the reverse is actually true. Something like 75% of those transactions are selling to a consumer in another country. So when you talk about reducing these types of costs and the cost of complying with these standards and regulations, for small businesses, this actually represents an even bigger advantage in terms of the TTIP. So thank you for that. Beryl, from your standpoint, when you look at the issues that are facing U.S. businesses today, what do you see as the key issues? And then how much money and time does a company need to spend to consider entering Europe?
Well, let me take the second question first. In terms of the time and money, it will depend on the product. It will depend on whether they need to have testing done, whether they can self-comply, whether they even need to meet a different set of regulations, and that depends on everybody's product. Time, that again is what the product is, and I think, in talking to commercial service specialists and commercial service offices, they'll get a better understanding of where the opportunities are, if there is an interest in the product. The only way to start to do business is to find a representative. And once you have that representative who's going to look for business for you, then it flows. And typically some representatives may help you meet the regulatory requirements as well. So that answers the second question. First question was, what are the major issues? Well, from a Brussels standpoint, what I am sort of besieged with right now is the whole area of data privacy. And that, I don't know how much that's resonating here in the US, but we are overwhelmed by what happened 1 year ago with the NSA revelations by Snowden, and this has affected the US-EU relationship significantly. But we are in the midst of working on updating an existing agreement called the Safe Harbor Agreement. Maybe some of your companies are Safe Harbor self-certified, and Department of Commerce is working closely with the Commission, DG Justice, on updating that to meet the recommendations that the Commission has outlined. We're looking at what's going to happen with the new Parliament coming in and how they are going to, what initiatives they're going to undertake, whether they're going to have a consensus to move forward on other legislation. Sylvia and I have been working on a revision of the medical device regulation, which will affect medical devices, what can be sold in the EU, and we'll see how that moves forward with Parliament. But basically, I would tell you that data privacy is one of the key issues.
Thank you. Carmine, what countries in the EU are you really seeing are expanding, growing rapidly? Which ones are recovering?
Well, first let me say that to Beryl's point of finding support in these recovering markets, the commercial team in Europe, and in the spirit of the President's National Export Initiative, the next phase, as Antoine mentioned, we have here in Los Angeles, as was said at the outset, a great team of both commercial officers and commercial specialists, our local staff, very focused at the country, but the industry, as well as the sub-regional levels. This This is a new effort, a new vision, purpose, and strategy to take a look at Europe as a regional market and to respond regionally, to think regionally as our team, to help you develop strategies in these markets, to provide you support in an individual market if that's all you want, but to help you wherever you start, wherever door you open into Europe through one of our offices, is to first ask you the question, how can we help you in the region? What can we do to help you develop a strategy and work effectively with our companies? Because the most important things we want to do as an agency is also reduce your time and the cost of entering these markets. So to the point of where to go in Europe and what's happening, I mean, there's no question that the outperformer in Europe is Germany, which is 30% of all the Eurozone output. In fact, if you take a look at Germany, France, Italy, Spain, and Netherlands, these 5 countries are 80% of the Eurozone, and Germany is 30% of that. And it's growing over 3% a year. German economy, in fact, despite the crisis, is bigger today than it was in 2008. That's very, very impressive. It's, as just a country, it is our 5th largest export market. German industry, and as it's certainly a good model for the U.S., they have successfully redirected their exports to growth markets, and during the crisis that meant non-EU crisis. So they're close to full employment. It's a great market. Secondly, the UK has rebounded very, very well from the crisis, and a lot of American companies, when they look at Europe, often they start in the UK. It's English speaking, it's the closest market like us out there. And what's recovering? Consumption, housing, business investment are all recovering. It's our 7th largest individual export market in the world. The Nordics, as a region, I think offers a lot of opportunities, and Sweden in particular is a high-tech, very specialized market, very innovative, a good test market, is also growing at over 2%. And then the miracle of Eastern Europe, of course, is Poland, that throughout the crisis continued to grow. In fact, it's had like 22 years of straight growth. Central Europe also offers great little markets like the Czech Republic. I see Stu Shagas right here before us, and Slovakia. Now, Southeastern Europe and Southern Europe obviously are some of the hardest markets, slowest to recover from the economy, are struggling. However, the good news is that Spain has made some reform, and it's had its best quarter in about 4 or 5 years. And there in these countries, I think you really have to look at sectoral opportunities. And like Southern Europe and Southeast Europe, I think the strengths of America, so in the healthcare area, in the communications area, Southeast Europe more in infrastructure, high-end lifestyle products. I think there are opportunities, and our team can help you explore these opportunities. I would just quickly conclude by saying that the American CEOs that we see coming to Europe, both the large companies and the small companies, are very confident about the recovery. And they see growth opportunities for advanced American products, primarily in Western Europe, as you would expect, and also in Eastern Europe, they see opportunities for high-end, but also a lot of the basic lines of their products. So again, this is a timely moment for this conference, and we have a great team here who will get you into the details this afternoon and tomorrow. We look forward to working with you in the spirit of the President's NEI Next strategy.
Beryl, given the fact that we have all of these particular high-growth markets in Europe, is it even possible for a company to have one representative for the European Union?
I would say no. You may, that's very challenging, unless you have a company that has offices all in other countries. Quite often my office gets inquiries like this, you know, you're the EU, can you help us find a representative for all the EU? And we don't do that. We don't know of representatives like that. You may be able to find a representative in Germany that handles Austria. But basically, you know, I've served in different posts in Europe. You're going to need local representation in each country and start where you're most comfortable. As Carmine said, maybe it's the UK if there's opportunities. Again, it's what our specialists say where you'd have opportunities. But get your feet on the ground, do your work there. And some of the European trade shows are a great way of meeting companies and seeing what's out there and meeting with representatives. People that are interested in that, there are some excellent trade shows in Europe. Even if you don't exhibit, just go attend the show and go see what the competition is and meet people at those events.
Very good. Skip, when Beryl was talking about all of the various legislations and regulations that we have to work with, is the trade agreement going to lower health and safety standards in either of these regions?
No, Kim. The health, safety, environment, consumer, worker rights protection, those are bedrock concerns for both the United States and for Europe. And so as we talk about the opportunities that exist in reducing the costs of regulatory differences, we are very cognizant of the fact that we want to do this in a way that doesn't lower the existing protections that we have. So basically what we want to do is to have smarter regulation, not deregulation. And so we're out looking at this in two different ways. So we're looking at the ways in which regulations are developed and standards. So horizontally across all sectors, how can we make sure that there's transparency and due process in that, and that people who are going to be affected by a regulation have the opportunity to chime in and say, hey, wait a minute, this may have an impact on me. Have you really thought that through? And that will produce better quality regulations. And we're also taking a look sector by sector at some of the differences in costs that arise from the fact that Europe has one way of protecting safety in an automobile, and the United States has a different way, right? The headlights, there are different requirements about how high off the ground they have to be. Well, headlights in both countries protect the drivers and the people outside the cars, but the standards are different. So anybody who's manufacturing for the two markets has to produce two different products. So where we can agree to identify a common way forward or accept the fact that headlight position in both places provides adequate protection, then we can produce cars for both markets at lower costs. The firms benefit, the consumers benefit, the workers benefit, and we get economic growth without jeopardizing safety.
Very good. And Beryl, what resources are available to help companies meet those regulatory requirements?
Well, I would tell you that you start with my office, okay? Our specialists throughout Europe and here in the United States often refer companies to the specialists in my office, who will then discuss with you what the different legislation is. We'll point you to the different websites. We'll try to explain what's necessary. There are lots of consultants as well, and we can give you lists of those consultants to work with. But I would encourage you to work with the Department of Commerce, local office. They'll refer you to us, and it's free service, it's free assistance to get started.
And in fact, if I could add, our folks throughout Europe work very closely with Beryl's office, and often the problems can start in a local market. Although 80% or so are related, 80 to 90% related to the EU, from time to time there are quirks in countries, and I think it's very important to work things both at the member state level as well as the EU. As I say, our teams coordinate very closely together. They're in daily contact.
Actually, just taking that one step further, one of the beauties of the new global markets structure is not only do we have this integration of people in Brussels and people in the member states, but you also have all of the experts at headquarters and the folk throughout the United States and the UZX all working together as one team. So it really does bring all of the strengths of ITA together to provide the customer service that our companies need.
Can I just add one piece for companies that are interested in getting into the European market? I mean, the first step is to make sure that there is a market for your product. You need to talk to the specialists and see, are you competitive? Is there interest in that type of product? And then we start to look at what the regulatory requirements are. Can that product, does your product contain ingredients that can't be sold, et cetera? What's the necessary package labeling, et cetera? But first, you need to see if there's a market, and you shouldn't start investing in certifying or testing until you see if there's opportunities for the product. And can I add one thing? You know, I think there's a number of cosmetics companies here, and we'll be seeing you over the coming days. There are no tariffs on cosmetics products. That's a great market in general, but really it depends on your formulation, and we have research with you. One of the things my office does, and I mentioned it, is put together market research, and it's really a guide for what do you need to do and what are the regulations, and you start with that and look at what it says, and can you meet these requirements? And one of the things we often find with U.S. companies, because it's not as strict here in terms of how people promote what the products can do. The EU is very strict. You better have test results if you're going to say a product accomplishes something, can achieve certain results. After so many days or weeks this happens, you need to have laboratory results that certify to that. Sorry.
No. Beryl, I know you mentioned a little bit about this earlier, but if a U.S. company meets the EU requirements, does that also help the U.S. company to enter other markets outside of the EU?
It does, depending upon the product. Mm-hmm. You know, I don't want to generalize, but as I said, and I know John Fay is here from Turkey, all medical devices in Turkey, in Australia, require CE marks from the EU, not the U.S. marking. So
There's a more general point in there, and that's if countries outside of the U.S. and the EU are looking to produce to either market, and we combine our approaches, that's a market of 800 million consumers. Mm-hmm. Countries outside are naturally going to want to produce to those standards, which means we'll have knock-on benefits throughout the world.
Very good.
To add perhaps, Kim,
Please.
to some of the comments made. So how do you get to that next customer, the next market, and how do you comply with the EU regulations? Our teams in Europe have built up tremendous experience and expertise, understanding the niche opportunities and what actually is involved in compliance. Often they're prepared to meet with you. Trade shows was mentioned. I personally was at a couple of major trade shows in Europe where I saw our teams in action, and I have to tell you, they come at you as a little group to try to understand what your problems are very specifically with regard to the regulations or just general market situation, and they come to you as a group again. It's an effort as opposed to coming to you where we might have come to you in the past as individual countries, and you almost have to work through this process yourself. Now we come to you as a unit and ask you, what is your situation? What do you need? What do you value from us? And what can we do to help you? Obviously, this is done in extremely close coordination with your account executives back here in Southern California or anywhere else in the world at the Export Assistance Center, and as Skip said, in coordination, we bring the resources together of the whole organization. But this is the new way forward, and as our secretary says, we're open for business.
I think that's a very important point, because as a small business with small business clients, oftentimes, you know, our clients might know they need to be in Europe or have a sense that they need to be in Europe, but then they don't know which country would I start with. And so it is very helpful to know that the government resources that are available on a region-wide basis. You don't necessarily have to commit yourself to one particular market within Europe, but rather you can look at the whole thing as and go down that path of looking at the whole region and then figuring out from there what to do strategically. Are there any other closing comments before we open for questions?
Now let's get to the
You're
question.
okay?
Hopefully we'll have
Okay.
more questions.
Yes, please. Does anyone have questions?
One there. Is this working? Oh, there we go.
And please, if you wouldn't mind giving your name and your company or your affiliation, and then your question.
My name's Craig Bailey. I export a bulky plastic item from Florida to England. And because about a third of my cost is shipping, because it's so bulky and inexpensive, I expect that I will want to manufacture in Europe. Does your department help me in that endeavor?
You want to take that?
Yes, I think we're, depending if you know where you want to go, certainly we can help you identify basic information, often introduce you to the right types of folks, but certainly on information and on contacts, on comparing countries and regions, there's a lot of excellent support that we can give you, in a nutshell.
Right here.
Hi, thank you very much for your presentation. Is there any work being done for harmonizing some of the differences in safety standards between CE and UL? Right now we are exporting, but we have to have we have a model, but we have to have two versions, a European version and an American version.
Sure, I can take that. So certainly one of the things that we're looking at is on a sector-by-sector basis, where are there significant differences in regulations that achieve the same level of protection? And when we can identify those, then we want to try to see, okay, what are the ways that we can do to cause these regulations to converge somehow? Either do we work to adopt a common standard, either internationally or just kind of work together to get one standard that we both can use, or do we work to try to make sure that we understand what each standard achieves and then recognize that they deliver the same level of protection? Do we work on the certification and test requirements so those are more common, so that it lowers the cost? Any way we can to move forward to try to narrow the costs that arise from these differences. So, I mean, clearly, when we do that, there are some stakeholders whose interests are benefited, and there are some stakeholders whose interests are perhaps compromised. And we have to work through all of that. But the goal is to try to reduce those differences and reduce the costs while preserving that level of protection that's required on both sides. Long way of saying, yes, we're looking at that.
I mean, that would really be between the EU and the United States.
Correct.
It's on that level it would have to be, where you're
Yes.
harmonizing those, because it's a safety standard, so
Because-
we don't want to
We don't
reduce
want to
our
jeopardize.
standards,
Right.
nor do the Europeans.
Correct.
Right.
So we have to find ways of either adopting a similar, identical standard that does the job in both markets, recognizing that the two are both satisfactory in providing the protection, they just have to be happen to be different, or working at the edges to try to, okay, we can reduce costs by, we know we have two different standards, but we'll let you test our standard, and we'll test to your standard, and that will reduce costs as well. So there's a number of different ways in which we can go about reducing the cost of differences.
And just to add on to that, I've also heard that they are also considering, when it's helpful, considering perhaps adopting a standard that is already used in, let's say, a third
Right.
region outside of either of these two. If there's a different way that neither one is using, they're also considering those types of routes to take
Usually
as well.
some sort of international standard.
Yeah, international standards. So they're not easy, not easy. Questions?
It was a pleasure hearing you this morning, and I just had one question. In terms of copyright and trademark infringement, especially in the apparel industry, the EU has some very tough regulations and protection for apparel designers, which is something I personally support, but in the US, we don't have that. How is that going to be addressed with this potential treaty or agreement? Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, we do have an intellectual property rights chapter in the agreement. Now, both the United States and Europe generally have very well-established IPR regimes. And they deliver, generally, very high levels of protection for rights holders in each place. We each recently have negotiated a free trade agreement with Korea. And each of those agreements has an IPR chapter. So when we started this process, we said to ourselves, well, you know, it would really be interesting to take a look at how the United States and Europe solved the same problem of addressing IPR issues in a free trade agreement by looking at the respective chapters in the CLORUS, the US-Korea FTA, and the EU-Korea FTA. So we did that. And despite the fact that both US and EU systems deliver high level of protection, the differences in the CLORUS chapter and the EU-Korea chapter ran to 19 pages in very small print. So we both have systems that deliver results, but they do it in very different ways. So what we've decided to do in the US-EU context is, rather than try to negotiate a single set of IPR disciplines that's different from what exists currently in the EU and different from what exists currently in the United States, and try to reach a third, which would be a tremendous amount of work for not a whole lot of additional gain, because both systems are pretty good already, is to identify specific issues where there are perceived problems in the US or in Europe, and also shared concerns in third countries, and to concentrate on those. And so that's one of the things that we're doing. If there is a perceived issue, a perceived difficulty, that in the United States there's insufficient protection for copyrights or trademark infringement in the apparel sector, or whatever the issue is, we're taking that input from stakeholders, and we're working it into our discussions to see how that can be taken account of. We also do have, is Christine Peterson, are you here today? Else?
She's there.
Well, there she is. So Christine, stand up. Christine can help you. She's an IPR expert in the Office of Intellectual Property Rights, and she can help you with the specifics of that question. Thank you, Christine.
My name is Jerry Tyler. I have a company called Heart of Nature, and we're a mineral company, and we've been exporting to Latin America and Asia and Australia. We haven't gone into Europe yet. We've got some testing and trials going on in Turkey, so that's kind of our start near that area. My question for you is about any protections there are for unfair business practices, versus, say, the trademarks. I'll give an example. There's a German company that is distributing products in Guatemala that are a chemical version of what we're doing. We're a mineral version of it. We signed up a distributor in Guatemala after testing our product and proving it effective. And once we started rolling there in Guatemala, the German company, who our distributor also sells their product line, threatened to pull their distributorship if they represented our company. And so we lost a good distributor because he already had a long time set of customers for those products as well. I'm just wondering if there's any type of rules, regulations, or business practice protections that could help a small company like me who has maybe a natural alternative to a chemical that I get pushed right back out because you know, I don't have as big of a footprint in Europe.
I might respond to that one. I am not aware of any laws that the distributor would have broken. The distributor, from their standpoint, has the right to carry whatever product lines they want, and whether, you know, whether they decide to carry one or the other or both is really their prerogative. You know, this can work both ways too. We've had situations where we've had a distributor selling our line, and you know, the distributor has, the opposite can happen as well. We maybe have to take a line away because we need a different kind of coverage in that market or in that region. So it works both ways, I would say. That's my take.
Could I add that what I think we need to help you do is recover from that situation right away. And so Guatemala's a small market, so I don't know if there are other good distributors, but I think what we can do is the global markets is to help you quickly identify other prospects and select another representative.
And
But, you know,
please, go
can I
ahead.
just add one thing? It has nothing to do with the EU. This is worldwide. When you're searching for a distributor, before you sign up an agreement, these are some of the types of questions to ask in terms of what the competition, what competitors they're carrying, and where your product fits in. In fact, usually that's one of the questions we ask, and I say we, commercial service specialists, when they're working with you to help find potential representatives. And you need to ascertain that early on, and not enough companies ask those questions. Europe in general, it's a fair, competitive business environment, but as Kim has said, that wasn't breaking any laws. Representatives can decide to stop carrying products. Maybe there's a price differential or something like that. That would also be the reason. But put a lot of consideration in when you select a distributor. When I was in Australia, there were other problems because companies would sign up a distributor through the internet. You know, the person wrote a nice message on the internet, and it was good English. Oh, why not sign them up? It was free, didn't cost any money. And then they found out that they signed away their rights. And because it was a smaller market, they wouldn't be able to find another distributor. So my advice to companies is consider that a serious decision you're making in your long-term marketing strategy. And don't just jump with the first distributors. Really weigh them, go see their offices. Don't just have them come visit you. Make sure it's a professional operation. So.
I think one more over here.
We've got lots of hands.
One back there.
Time.
Hi, I'm Jeff McKenna. I actually was in the cosmetic business for 30 years. And I've been spoiled because how easy it was to sell me new cosmetics. Even with Reach, basically, as long as you were registered, you were good for the whole EU. Now I moved a month ago into natural supplements, and now I'm learning a whole different world, that you have different laws in every EU market with natural supplements. So I just was wondering what you see on the horizon. Is it going to ever be like cosmetics, or is it always going to be where you're going to have to register and meet different regulatory requirements in every European country as it is right now?
I'd have to know more about your product to be able to give you an answer.
Well, it's natural supplements. They're vitamins, minerals, weight loss. Obviously, all these things are ingested.
And it's all member state? It's not an EU? I mean, there's an EU directive on that.
Well, what I'm finding is, again, for example, there's laws in Germany, but even if you sell in Germany, you can't ship into France.
Yes, all right. You know, it's a directive, so each country can transpose it into their own legislation, their own way, and you may have products that are banned in certain countries. components or whatever configuration. I don't see that necessarily changing, but it depends. Pick your markets and then try to meet those requirements.
Good morning, Elise Ukelo, U.S. Bank. I have a question on, there seems to be a little bit of foot these days with several elected officials, I know in France right now, and Germany, who are really interested in moving away from the EU group. And I'm wondering, I'd like to hear your perspective and how that's going to impact your discussions.
What you're hearing about is more of the fringe parties on the far right.
Right.
And we'll see, a number of them were elected into the European Parliament. They're not into the national political scene as much. And in terms, the European parliamentary election is sort of an oddball election because it doesn't necessarily affect the country itself, the people, so they will vote for fringe parties. It will depend on whether they are able to form their own political consensus within the EU, and so far they haven't done that. We'll see whether they end up becoming a bloc. I don't think it will affect things very much. We'll have to do outreach to them. What will it mean for the EU? The European Parliament has had an issue in trying to be able to develop a closer relationship with the electorate. And it's a reminder of what they need to do. But these elections, for instance, it was France that really was affected the most by that election. And it's more of an indication of the current government and what a wake-up call for them, what they need to do. There's even been a pirate party in the European Parliament. They believe in piracy. I don't mean Somali pirates. I mean no protection of copyright or trademarks. So they always have had fringe parties. Whether they've influenced things, it's really not been a problem until we'll see what happens.
Thank you.
Ask me in 6 months.
But in the post, you referred to the Lisbon Treaty, and in the post-Lisbon period, whereas before, when you negotiated an agreement with the European Union, pretty much if the Commission agreed and got the member state chop, then you were done. That was the end of the story. Now there's a requirement, in addition, for the Parliament to review what's been done. And so it does pose an extra step, which is a bit of a wild card, but I think generally I agree with Beryl's assessment. If these fringe parties coalesce around a single set of messages or position vis-a-vis trade agreements, then it becomes something we will have to work at very carefully. If they don't, it's probably less of an issue.
I would add that sometimes you see the negative aspects of what's going on, and the fringe parties are clearly, it's a lot of noise and they're going to get a lot of attention. But in some very important countries like Germany and Italy, the pro-Europe parties dominated the European election, correct?
Yes. Surprisingly.
Hey, Dan.
Who's that?
Sorry about that. Good morning, Skip. Dan Ogden, international trained attorney and the chair emeritus of the National District Export Council. Incidentally, Christine's heading up a panel tomorrow on IP issues. We're going to talk about that, and I'll be on the panel. But I wanted to jump back, Skip, on one particular IP issue, and that's trade secrets. I have a lot of clients who have trade secret issues. And I'm wondering in the context of TTIP, two issues in regard to that specifically. One is the enforcement mechanism. In the United States, injunctive relief is widely available for trade secrets. And as anyone knows that's ever had a trade secret infringement of their contract provision, that's the most effective means of relief. And so I'm wondering specifically if TTIP's going to be looking at the issue of trade secrets specifically as it relates to enforcement. Second issue involves the REACH regulations. I don't know if I got here late. I don't know if you all touched on that, but I know one thing that some clients have expressed concerns about is in filing requirements for REACH that sometimes they're required to disclose things in their applications which are actually trade secrets, and there's a lot of concern about that. So I'm wondering also in the context of TTIP if there's going to be anything looked at in terms of reach requirements and specifically in anything filing where trade secrets there's a concern about trade secrets being revealed in these documents. Thank you.
Thanks, Dan. Let me take your first question. Enforcement is obviously key to any effective agreement. And we certainly do want to make sure that the high levels of IPR protection that we both have, that the enforcement issues are adequately addressed. Now, enforcement, particularly criminal enforcement, is not part of the European Union competency. That is reserved for member states. So as we address issues that involve, particularly enforcement issues that involve member state competency, we have to then expand the focus of our agreement from just a U.S. European Commission agreement that those two sides have to agree, and then also bring in, if we include any provisions that deal with, say, criminal enforcement, bring in then a member state approval process as well, complicating the approval on the European side of the treaty. But certainly, in an issue like trade secrets, both sides have faced this as an increasing problem. We have collaborated well in certain high-profile cases recently on trade secret issues where both jurisdictions went after infringement that was created by a third party. And it's certainly high on our agenda. Certainly something that can be addressed in the panel tomorrow. So yes, that's on the radar scope. With regard to the confidentiality of any information requested, that's an issue that's not specific to IPR. That cuts across lots of different areas, in regulatory areas, in competition areas, in lots of different areas. Effective enforcement of the disciplines will require, from time to time, disclosure to authorities of confidential information, business confidential information. And there are general provisions in the agreement that deal with the need to ensure that if an authority requires business confidential information to be disclosed, that the authorities have to preserve the confidentiality of that information.
Okay. This is on there. Thank you very much to the panelists. Thank you. I know we could talk about this for hours more, and I thought we budgeted enough time when Juliana and I were working on this program, but obviously we can continue this conversation, and you'll have an opportunity to do so. I know there was a lot more questions. I apologize for not getting to you, but during the breaks, during the lunch, at the reception tonight, which will be quite nice, you'll have opportunities to continue this conversation and address any member of the panel. I just wanted to thank Microsoft again for making the live streaming possible. I don't think we've ever really done this before, so this was an excellent and I think successful experiment. I can't wait to see myself on on TV. And then please visit our partners. I'd like to also let you know that Turkish Airlines has donated 2 round-trip tickets via Istanbul to any one of their 200-plus destinations. They will be collecting business cards at their booth tonight, conducting a drawing. Unfortunately, I am not eligible to participate. I would love to have done that, or taken that in lieu of my cash bonus. But I hope, I'm sure you will look forward to having that opportunity to win those tickets. Please return here promptly at 10:30. We have a very special guest, Mr. Jim Barber, who will be addressing us. Please have your coffee, but be here at 10:30. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kim. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Julianne Hennessy, and as Raphael mentioned, I will be with you throughout the next 2 days of the conference. I'm delighted to welcome back to the stage Sue Ross, Chair of the District Export Council of Southern California. Sue?
Thank you, Julianne. Before I introduce Jim Barber, I wanted to just add a comment. In the last panel, there was a lot of discussion about assistance that's available. For those of you that are not aware of it, this is a role that the District Export Council plays. And at least in the Southern California version, we've got 45, I think, members, which makes us either the largest in the country or one of the largest, many of whom are exporters who have experience in a lot of different markets and who freely give of their time, well, reasonably give of their time to be of assistance. I have the pleasure now, however, of introducing Jim Barber, who is the president of UPS International. He has a very impressive bio. I'm going to give you just a little bit of it. He is responsible for the company's business operations in more than 220 countries and territories outside the U.S. In fact, he told me he just came from India to Brussels to Atlanta to get here today. So I don't know if you get the award for the longest flight, but certainly in continuous miles, it's the longest. He is, prior to his current position, which he assumed in May 2013, he was the president of UPS Europe and responsible for all UPS operations in more than 120 countries and territories in Europe, the Middle East, and Africa. Jim, if you don't mind, I have a lot of very impressive things that they've given me in your bio, but we are a bit short on time, so if you don't mind, I'm just going to turn the mic over to you and make sure you have ample time to share your comments with us. So ladies and gentlemen, Jim Barber.
Thank you. Thank you. I think I'm going to try this mic. Good morning. All right, sound guys. Go ahead. Outstanding. So good morning again. Everybody hear me okay in the back? Perfecto. So thanks and good morning to each of you. The panel that was just here before, boy, I wish I'd have been on that panel. And you'll understand why in a minute, because I actually live in Europe and have lived there for 12 years and know it pretty well, actually. But this morning, what I'd like to do, I got a kind of a formal presentation I'll take you through, and then we'll have some Q&A at the end, so if we could follow that plan, that would be outstanding. So with that, I would like to start with a story this morning. And like all good stories, this one has a hero. And most of us can relate to this hero today because you're at this conference. The hero of our story is a company named Medelita, which is based not far from here in San Clemente. Perhaps some of you have heard of them. Medelita operates in a well-defined niche of the healthcare industry. It makes uniforms for doctors, nurses, physicians, assistants, and clinicians. We all know what most medical and dental uniforms look like. Something like this, right? Flimsy material, strange colors, fit like a tent. Their quality makes pajamas look couture. But for as long as anyone can remember, healthcare professionals have handed these frumpy lab coats and medical scrubs, and since they had no choice, they wore them. Medelita had a better idea. Believing a professional-looking uniform makes a statement about the kind of care patients can expect, Medelita decided healthcare professionals deserve something better. It also believed there was a market for something better, and here's what they came up with. Innovative performance fabric technology, sophisticated designs, hand-tailored workmanship, exquisite detailing, and traditional sizing. I don't know about you, but if I walked into a doctor's office where people were dressed like this, I'd think I was in good hands. It's probably no surprise that Medelita's business took off. I mean, after a doctor or nurse sees this, it's kind of hard to go back to this. Medelita's fashionable lab coats quickly found a market in the U.S., but Medelita was looking beyond the domestic market. Its business model also included establishing an international presence, but the company's founders admitted they didn't know much about exporting, hence the panel just before us. Scared and nervous are two of the words that Medelita President Jamie Boytine and Chief Marketing Officer Dan Stepchew use when remembering those days. We thought we had hit a wall, Jamie says. I'm going to take you back to Medelita's story in just a few minutes, and if you bear with me, I want to take a brief detour to talk about the world of global trade and e-commerce, which is a subject that brings us together today. The EU, as you've heard, is the United States' largest trading partner. Nearly $300 billion worth of goods were shipped from the U.S. to Europe last year. Together, the EU and the U.S. account for 1/3 of all the world's trade flows. It's a market I've lived in for 12 years. My home is in Brussels. I've also lived in Germany, the UK, and Denmark. So I know the market better than when I left. Let's try that from the US. According to a survey commissioned by UPS, Europe is also the continent more than 1/3 of respondents say they would most like to expand to. And I'm sure that includes many of you here today. Looking at e-commerce specifically, e-commerce in Western Europe is expected to grow by double-digit rates through 2016 to more than $200 billion. That's according to Forrester. So there's lots of incremental opportunity there, but many small to medium-sized retailers are having a hard time capitalizing. The problem is that often it's not all that easy to ship their goods outside the U.S., hence a comment from a gentleman here on the previous panel. That's not news to those of us at UPS. We know the barriers to global trade, and we know that they can be significant. Although import tariff rates have dropped by about 2/3 over the last 30 years, from about 30% to about 10%, they're still too high, especially when you consider that countries impose tariffs on a product's gross value each time it crosses a border. Customs fees also add up, sometimes accounting for 10% of trade costs, often twice the cost of import duties. Then there are all of the tariff codes, custom regulations, and documentation requirements. The fact that they often differ from country to country only adds time and confusion to the process. These are hurdles that slow efficient and affordable flow of goods and services for an untold number of businesses. These obstacles to global trade concern me for a number of reasons. They concern me because many of the companies affected are our customers, like Medelita and many of you in this room today. But what I want to emphasize to you today is that exporting is worth it, that trade is good for your business and for the U.S., and that exporting success is well within your reach. This is my 29th year at UPS, starting as a delivery driver in Atlanta in 1985. I came to UPS 9 years after we first expanded service beyond U.S. borders, and I'll be the first to say that we used the term international rather loosely back then. Initially, we delivered to a total of a whopping 6 countries, and there are folks in our company here today that still remember where we had more people than packages on the early days where we crossed the Atlantic. Today the UPS International Network touches 220 countries and territories, and on a daily basis, we deliver about 1.6 million packages. We also operate one of the world's largest airlines with 237 aircraft connecting our global air network between Shanghai, Shenzhen, Anchorage, Cologne, Louisville, and for you, Noel, I'll add Philadelphia. After being born in Germany and relocating 10 times as the son of a U.S. Army officer, moving to new communities became a norm to me, and I suppose set me up to work for a company that moves goods versus people. Now, after 11 moves with UPS, so we're up to 21, I've come to fully appreciate the opportunity this global economy holds for individuals and organizations to embrace what global trade means and brings to the world today. It's also given me the opportunity to actually touch the soil where we will pick up or deliver your packages and extend your brand. For example, as you just heard previously, the last 10 days, my travel took me from London to Dubai, to Abu Dhabi, Mumbai, Bangalore, Hyderabad, Brussels, and here to LA. So I've seen firsthand the desire that consumers, businesses, and political leadership in these economies have for the goods and services from the U.S., and how hungry they are to be part of your global supply chain or your market. That's why I love companies like Medelita that take great care to really understand their customers, and based on that knowledge, make a customized product that fits their needs and really gets them excited as they leverage power of the global supply chain. And it frustrates me to no end when those same companies run into roadblocks when trying to build their exporting business. Here's the part of the story where heroes face a formidable challenge. Metalita's challenge was how to stop their customers from refusing their orders. It's not that customers didn't love the look and quality of the uniforms. It's just that they were sometimes surprised at the fees they owed. Many international customers do not understand that they can be responsible for additional fees and duties on their orders once they arrive. So it's not uncommon for customers in faraway places to decide the additional costs just aren't acceptable and simply abandon the package. When they do, the cost associated with each abandoned package becomes the shipper's responsibility. If you're exporting high in volumes, these costs quickly mount up. In today's no margin for error business landscape, they can mean the difference between a thriving export strategy and a decision to stay home rather than go global. I'm sure the scenario I'm describing is one some of you, maybe many of you, have been on the losing end of. Maybe like many small and medium-sized businesses, your frustration led to exasperation. Maybe you finally said enough. But now let's get back to the story. Metalita may have been frustrated, but it was not ready to turn its back on exporting as a growth strategy. It knew the potential. Here's the potential expressed in a few simple statistics. As we've heard many times, 95% of the world's consumers now live outside the United States. By 2030, just 16 years from now, the number of people considered middle class are projected to triple. By all accounts, many of these consumers and the businesses they own and manage will shop online. That's going to give them access to unparalleled range of goods and services from every corner of the globe. Here's one more thing to keep in mind. According to the Small Business Administration, companies participating in international trade are 20% more productive and have 20% better job growth than those that don't. But not all companies have the same foresight Metalita did. Today, less than 1% of U.S. businesses export, and of those, nearly 60% ship to just one country, and I venture to say it's probably Canada. 67% of small and medium-sized businesses do not participate in any cross-border trade. Our company's Perceptions of Global Trade survey also illustrates the upside. According to the report, approximately 2/3 of small and medium-sized businesses begin to see return on their export investment in less than 2 years. 34% of those surveyed saw a financial return in less than 6 months. We see businesses every day that are working hard to find innovative and value-driven ways to distinguish their products and services, and I'm sure you're doing the same. As the world shrinks and becomes flatter, you're facing stronger and stronger competition from every angle, and when I close, I'll probably make a remark on that in the Q&A. You need to squeeze out every competitive advantage possible. Exporting is a strategy in business you should evaluate. You just need to make it as easy and efficient as possible. Your world is tough enough as it is. You don't need more complexity when you're trying to grow your business. Logistics is your physical lifeline to international customers, partners, and suppliers. It's the plumbing that allows your goods to flow consistently and reliably. You need to know that your shipments are going to get there when they need to be there and in full compliance of all relevant regulations. When you have that assurance, you can focus on what you do best, and that is to build your business. Of course, logistics is more than shipping from point A to point B and goods making their way through customs. It's a comprehensive supply chain strategy. Everything from staging products in the right locations, selecting the right mode for delivery, accessing data, managing inventory, ensuring compliance, protecting goods in transit, all the way to managing your customer's experience through the journey. So I thought you might appreciate a little insight from a company that's been doing this for 107 years. Let's start with a step that may tend to gloss over the issue, and that is the plan. Every successful international strategy is underpinned by a strong plan. The plan should answer in great detail two questions. Where do we want to play, and why do we want to play there? I personally use the word play because it communicates a market that you can sell to or manufacture in, and we'll talk more about that in the end. Those are your highest priority markets. And beyond those two questions, you should also ask yourself, what is your competition doing in the market that we can do better? What are our sales, revenue, and profit goals? What makes us think they are achievable? What are the regulatory compliance, contracting, and legal risks? And what are the financial and geopolitical risks? The elements of your plan also should include a deep understanding of the markets where you want to do business. Do your homework. Be curious. Pay attention to the research. Ask questions. Use the resources that you're exposed to in these conferences. And you understand both the challenges and opportunities associated with serving customers in other parts of the world. Because every country, and often each region within the country, has its unique characteristics that will affect the sales of your product. Many companies live to regret the assumption that what works in the U.S. will translate everywhere else in the world. Now, let me read that again. Many companies live to regret the assumption that what works in the U.S. will translate everywhere else in the world. It took me a couple years to figure that out when I moved overseas, but you have to know that and understand that. Starbucks planned to enter France with a flavored coffees and to-go cups served in smoke-free cafes was one example of when Starbucks thought they'd move out of the U.S. Nothing about that plan worked. And if they could have asked me, I'd have told them what was going to go wrong first. And if they'd only asked a Frenchman who likes to linger over his espresso at a sidewalk and a cafe with a smoke, they'd understand it's different. Another piece of advice, find the right partners. Make sure they have a presence in the market you're considering. Do they know the customs? Are they familiar with local regulations? Can they help you identify qualified buyers and distributors? Do they have extensive brokerage capabilities, and so can they actually help you navigate customs? Our friends here at the U.S. Commercial Service, who have people on the ground in more than 80 market countries, can be valuable resources when you're doing your diligence. And don't overlook the U.S. Agency for International Development, the Export-Import Bank of the United States, the U.S. Trade and Development Agency, and the U.S. Chamber of Commerce. You also may have heard about 2 trade agreements that have been negotiated. Obviously, we've talked about TTIP. You also have TPP out there. The goal of all of these agreements is to open up trade channels between the U.S. and European Union, specifically TTIP, along with a number of countries in South and Central America and Asia, and I'll make comments about that in the closing as well. Those trade agreements work both ways. If implemented, and we believe they will be, these agreements will cover a huge percentage of the world and make exporting a lot easier for all of us. They also allow jobs and stimulate growth. Imagine if you could ship anywhere into the EU with no duties or taxes. Imagine if you could actually ship to Germany. It was just as easy as shipping to Georgia. That's Georgia in the United States, not the other Georgia. That's the potential benefit of these agreements. As you might have guessed, our story has a happy ending. The UPS team here in LA sat down with Metalita team, and together we figured out how and their customers could calculate duties and fees before orders were placed. Now the Metalita determines fees in real time on every product it sells to 23 countries. So there's total transparency. There's no surprise when the customers place and receive their orders. Most important, there's no reluctance for customers to hit the process order button, which is the goal for anyone in the e-commerce business. Since they launched the new process, Metalita has seen a 42% increase in international order revenue, a 46% increase in incremental international website traffic, and a 19% increase in average order value. I love a happy customer, especially a UPS happy customer. I did notice the other sponsors on the slide this morning, so DHL and FedEx, morning. Especially one that's growing its business by expanding its horizons. Now, I'd like for you to meet the heroes of our story, if you could. So Jamie, and if you could stand up with Dan, I think you're over here somewhere. There's your heroes of the story. Thanks for coming. And Thanks for letting me use the company. And in the Q&A, time allowing, I think we're in good shape. In the Q&A, if there's anything relative to Jamie or Dan, we'll be happy to fire those questions over to them. And so let me finish up with a couple more thoughts, and we'll get on to any Q&A that you may have. I know in LA area, the businesses here have been hard hit by a recession, real estate deflation, state budget woes, high unemployment, increased competition from other U.S. regions and abroad took a bite out of business here. But this is a resilient market because you're resilient people, and it's a resilient country. You bounced back before it in the aftermath of other challenges. Many believe, as I do, that you have a unique opportunity to reorient your economy and reassert this area as a vibrant, globally significant market. Trade could be one of the levers you pull to make that happen. I hope I've convinced you that it's worth it. It's worth the effort. One challenge that remains is awareness. Research shows that awareness of global opportunities, foreign markets, and available export services is a bit low in the LA area. Hence, it's a great place to have this conference and follow on. Even companies that are aware of global opportunities often prefer operating within the confines of the U.S. market, where they have a comfort level and where they've had success in the past. These companies need assistance and support. I've mentioned a number of resources, several of which are represented here today at the conference. I'll mention one more. You might imagine it. UPS. Our 400,000 employees worldwide come to work every day with one goal in mind, and that's to help our customers realize opportunities in the global marketplace. In that respect, our futures are very closely aligned. At UPS, we've gone global, and we'd love for you to go global with us. It's been a pleasure speaking to you here today, and I want to thank our friends at the U.S. Commercial Service for the opportunity to be part of this. And I hope these days here in LA actually will move you forward in your mind first. Everything happens in the mind first to make your decisions, to kind of move your business out and grow it internationally in the years to come. So thanks for the time. In a minute, we'll take some Q&A. So all right? Thank you very much.
So here's your chance. We've got the president of UPS International. Who's got questions? Go ahead.
I had an order that was going to go to Iraq. It was, for a small business, it was a good-sized order.
Can you all hear it, or she need a mic?
We're a small company, Ice Time Apparel. We had a large order for us that was supposed to go to a Middle Eastern country. And we had to decline the order because not UPS nor any other shipping service could guarantee that it was going to reach the customer. And in the past, when we've sent to the Middle East, even though it says it was delivered, customer in the Middle East has told us they didn't get it. So we had to refund them their money. So this makes it very difficult if we can't find a shipping service who's going to guarantee that the person gets the item.
Not quite the question I thought I'd get first, but it's okay. I thought you were going to tell me you shipped to a DHL or FedEx, so look, I would say this. The network that you build around the world relies on that capability. I can't speak to a specific instance, but the ability to prove to you delivery is part of what you're buying from any integrator in the world, so including UPS, FedEx, and DHL. So in that specific instance, I would hope that somebody, Noel Massey, who runs this part of the U.S. for us, would be able to turn around after this, help you out, figure out what went wrong, let's fix it, and then you can ship to Iraq or anywhere else in the world you like to, and we can prove delivery for you too. So I can't specifically comment on the exact transaction, but there's no reason at all anywhere in the world that we can't provide proof of delivery back to you.
No, what the issue is, first of all, did you ask for a signature? And the second issue is, if you did and there is a signature, this is not a delivery issue, this is a commercial issue where your buyer, for whatever reason, doesn't want to pay.
Yeah.
Anybody else got a question? Right there.
Hundreds I'm struggling to get some answers regarding regulatory information for shipping some products that are considered hazardous materials, whether it's the ingredients that they include or the package that they're put in, such as pressurized metal containers.
Sure.
So I have spoken with our regional contact, and I get different answers from different people, and then I get a standard PDF. So I just wondering if you had somebody I could speak to. I know specifically the ingredients, the countries that I want to go to, how I go about getting those to those places in the delivery times that I need.
So this is going to be the Noel Massey show today. Noel Massey runs LA. Now look, the point about dangerous goods, I want to make a couple quick points that you got to understand, because dangerous goods outside the United States is different than inside the United States. It depends what mode you're going to go in. You're going in the ocean, you're going on the road, you're going up in the air. Are you going in the EU, you're crossing out of the EU, you're in IATA standards, ACC3 was just launched in Europe. So all of these standards really dictate the issue of dangerous goods, and they move, they're not static, right? So the world that we're in. So you've got to, that's where I mentioned you've got to get the right partner. And certainly, if I was you, I'd talk to, assuming DHL, FedEx are in the room today, I'd talk to all three of us and see the responses that you got. I think that we owe a customer that response, realizing that regulations do change. They don't stand still, but we should be able to give you great information based upon the regulations today on hazardous materials. I will tell you that each organization has its own view on what they will carry and they won't carry. So that's where you may get some different answers respective to your product. Okay? But we'd be happy to talk to you today.
Right here.
Yep. Sure.
So everyone from UPS, why don't you stand up real quick? This is the sales group that's here today, so if you do have some questions or concerns, feel free. We've got some international expertise here. We've got our local salespeople. Feel free to ask any of those questions to any of us after.
And to be fair, I think, and I'm not trying to be too humorous about this, but FedEx and DHL are here too, so if they want to stand up, they can show themselves too. I'd like to see you, actually. There you go.
All
There
right,
you go. Outstanding.
one
Perfect.
brave soul.
So, everybody's here. Look, we're all in the business of moving goods across the world, and we want, we believe in global trade and free trade. So that's why we're here today. And so talk to any of us about your needs. We'll be happy to talk to you.
Okay, we've got a very brief amount of time left with Mr. Barber, so you get the shot since you asked your question. Did you want to ask?
Oh, yes, thank you very much for the invitation. My name is Tuba Eichel. I am the DHL Global Forwarding, so I appreciate the introduction.
Oh, you're welcome.
Good. All right, I saw a hand over here. Yes, sir.
Quick question on your DTP, delivered and duty paid. Do you provide a service to check to make sure that the consignee who says he has a license has a correct license to import the goods that we're exporting to them?
Yeah, so there are import of record regulations that have to be followed in each country, right? So, and then you don't have to ship them that way. You have different Incoterms that you can go in, right, depending on how you want to do it. So the relationship, it depends on how you want the Incoterms to work, but yes, import of record laws, in this case, I'll say inside the EU, to properly register and register in each country, they should be there. If they're an import of record and we clear it, we're actually the largest broker in the world, those satisfaction regulations would be cleared there.
Okay.
May I follow up? Just quick, is that at the receiving station, the contact, or is it at the export station?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Who actually checks it?
It doesn't get in the country unless they've got the license.
Yeah. So the interface between the import of record and your package is the broker. So they're the ones. If they're not there and they're not on the file, you can't bring it in.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Last question. Who's the brave soul? Yes, ma'am.
Patty Smucker with Center for International Trade. We run a program for the cosmetic companies,
Mm-hmm.
helping to make their brands export ready. Did I understand that you're saying for international that you now have a way in which consumer goods can go into international markets and you can calculate real time
Sure.
the cost of shipping
Sure.
for a
Sure.
consumer product to go in?
Absolutely. It's all regulated on great information, landed cost, harmonization, and of course, the only thing you kind of have left is currency risk, right? But you can actually do that up front. It depends on how tight you want it to be and how much risk you want to take in the movement of currency and regulations and clearance on the other side. But absolutely, most competitors do in the market. We all do it a bit differently, but that would be a good discussion for you to have, and probably Metalita can kind of walk you through how they actually did it as well.
And there is actually also a panel where we're going to be talking about financial issues tomorrow afternoon, so that might be another place to
Can I
have this.
make, maybe with the time, one closing comment? I've got like 3 minutes, and then I have to catch a plane. Look, I think I wrote myself a couple of words down here at the end that if I was actually in business in the U.S., well, I kind of am, but if I was in your chairs, I'll give you an analogy I like, and with almost 30 years of UPS, I think it's right. And it tends to be a sports analogy, because that's kind of how I grew up. You have offense, you have defense, and you have competition. And now we also have two factors all in with innovation and time. But in the world we're in, make no mistake, the last trip to India I was in a couple days ago, you're sitting here in LA, you're looking at the world, you're looking at your business. Depends how long you want your business to live, I'll be honest with you. If you're in it for the long term, I would tell you that, A, you have to be looking outside. That's your offense. Make no mistake, you have competitors across the world looking inside this country, and they want to come to this market, and they will come. And we want them to come. We believe in that as an American society. There's a thing called innovation today in the world, and I don't think there's a safe haven of any industry or any product left in the world. And I think your great offense is to go outside this country. And in the early days, it may not be that you're there just for financial returns. But if you really care about the health of your business, knowledge will be gained to some great extent that you would never get inside the borders of the United States. It's completely impossible if you don't understand their culture, if you don't understand the way they think, if you don't understand the elections in India that took place this week, that are perhaps, in my opinion, one of the real great moves of any country of 1.2 billion people and what that potentially could do. These are great big markets that I think you should think about playing offense in, because they're going to play offense in your market and in your yard here in the United States. And that's the kind of world we're in. If you believe in global trade, and you believe in free trade, and you believe in TTIP, and you believe in TPP and TISA sitting in Switzerland, then you have to think that way, depending on how long you want a runway to run your business. And I encourage you to think that way these next couple days and kind of adjust your strategy. And if UPS or anybody else can help you do that, it's probably been time well spent. So thanks for the time, right?
Thank you.
Thank you. Can you put that?
Thank you again, Mr. Barber, and thank you, Sue. Next is our first set of breakout sessions, beginning promptly at 11:15. To give you some logistics, when you go out the ballroom, to your left will be the EU regulatory requirements session that Beryl referenced with Sylvia Moore and several other fantastic panelists. That will be in the room to your left, just outside, just kind of around the corner as you walk outside the ballroom.
Best education ever.
Across the foyer, so across the foyer you will have two rooms, the Bunker Room, the Bunker Hill Room, and the Olympic Room, where you'll find the session on the New North as well as education and training opportunities in Europe. Now, a slight change in program. Our franchising panel, Opportunities in Franchising, will also be held across the foyer in the Regency boardroom. So please just cross the boardroom, or across the foyer, go to the Regency boardroom, and that's where you'll find the Franchising Opportunities panel. Now, for one-on-ones, we've had a slight change in the room for one-on-ones, because thank you to all of you, we've had to expand this room to accommodate all of you, which we're so thankful for. But we had to change our room. So again, as you go out the ballroom, go to the left, and you will run right into the one-on-one meeting rooms. And of course, you'll pass all the marketing partner tables, but please just walk right into the one-on-one room. And it'll be right there at the Pacific Ballroom, Salon 2. If you finish your meetings early and would like to attend a session, or if you are in a breakout session and you have a one-on-one meeting, we understand that because the breakout sessions are basically an hour and 10 minutes, that you will be coming and going. Please feel free to come and go throughout the panel sessions. The speakers understand that the attendees will be coming and going because you have to go to your meetings. So please feel free to do that. Finally, for the luncheon, we will begin here at 12:30. You will have the opportunity to sit at region-specific and industry-specific tables. So as you come in, please look for the signs, and you will be able to sit at whatever particular country or industry that you'd like to sit at. Finally, we will begin promptly at 12:30, so please come on back into the room then, because we have a full and excellent program ready for you at 12:30. So thank you. So have a good first breakout session. Thank you.
We are about to begin our lunch program. I hope you're enjoying that soup. It's excellent. It is my pleasure to introduce a good friend of mine, Don Sovey, Vice Chair of the District Export Council of Southern California.
Good afternoon, everyone. Please continue with your meal. It's a pleasure to be up here. We're all involved in trade in one way or another, and trade is all about relationships. So I wanted to just take a minute and talk about some very important relationships to trade here in California. I'm a member of a District Export Council, and there are 4 of us here in California. There's a Northern California District Export Council, the Southern California Region District Export Council, of which I'm a member, the San Diego and Imperial County Export Council. You heard Kim Benson this morning. She's a member of that Export Council. And the California Inland Empire District Export Council, who also has members here in attendance. Together, we're over 100 trade experienced persons, either exporters ourselves or service providers to the export community. We serve to assist the Department of Commerce, in particular the export assistance centers that are spread throughout our state, in helping exporters, in helping international trade relations and trade partners. You can get to us directly through our website, which is decsocal.org, or you can go through the export assistance centers to seek our assistance. And we are here to serve you, to help you become better businesses and better exporters. We have as you see from the graphic behind me, I mean, we have a partnership with the Department of Commerce. We're all appointed by the Secretary of Commerce. We also have our own intra-state partnerships and very important relations that are here to help you. And one of those is with the state of California, the Governor's Office of Business Development Business and Economic Development. And you're going to hear from a person here just in a minute. It's my honor and privilege to introduce him to you. I want to tell you, among other reasons, why he's important to you. We in this state were experiencing a 90-day delay in getting certificates of free sale for those of you in the supplement business or in the nutraceutical business or in cosmetics business. 90-day delay before you could get a certificate from the state that was mandated by certain countries as a condition of import. That issue was brought to the export assistance centers, who in turn engaged with the District Export Council to bring the facts and the information to the governor's office. And the governor's office has a person in there, individual, terrific, Paul Martin by name, who is a deputy director for permit assistance. Well, this isn't literally a permit, but it's streamlining business regulatory processes that he pays attention to. And with the information we provided and other information from other DECs and from other businesses, the governor's office sponsored legislation at the end of last year, which is now in effect. And I just happened to be talking to a wonderful young lady here at this table, and I asked her what the processing time is now for a certificate of free sale. And what is it? Roughly a week, 90 days to 7 days, and that's because of the governor's office. And it's because of the export assistance centers that do the information intake, and it's because of the partnership with the DEC and amongst all of us. It's just a terrific example. You can't make this stuff up. Government does work for you if you get the information to the right people in the right way. Good things can happen. So I'm here to introduce our first keynote speaker for this luncheon session. He is the director of the Governor's Office of Business and Economic Development. He has a law degree. He's a Berkeley grad. He grew up and probably still maintains his home in Walnut Creek, California. He has experience in business and in the public sector. He was appointed in 2012 by Governor Brown to lead the executive team, which is the Office of GoBiz, to enhance job creation. And they have 3 primary strategic missions. One is streamlining business regulations. We just gave you that example. promoting statewide economic development, and fostering greater international trade opportunities. KISH and the Governor's Office of Business Development is at the epicenter of everything that Governor Brown is doing to assist the business community. And I'll let him give perhaps most of his most favorite examples, but another terrific example is, well, they are the lead entity in the state for all international affairs, including, among other things, opening the first California trade office in Shanghai in 2013. And this year, KISH will be going with the governor on another trade mission down to Mexico, I think in July, and we're expecting good things to come of that. KISH also handles delegations coming into the state, including delegations from Europe. Most recent, I think, was a delegation from Israel, meeting with Prime Minister Netanyahu, who, along with Governor Brown, signed an MOU to increase tech transfer between California and Israel. Just yesterday it was announced, at least the tweet says it's been announced, that an Israeli cybersecurity company, FortScale, is announcing they're considering moving their headquarters to the state of California. So good things happen if you have good people involved and get the information to them in the right way. So it's my honor to introduce you to Kish Rajin, the Director of the Governor's Office.
Thanks. I really appreciate it. Thanks for the introduction. I appreciate it. Don, thank you very much for that introduction. I appreciate it. And thanks for relating that story, too. That's a wonderful story, and I'm glad that you're finding those wait times reduced so dramatically, and I appreciate you pointing it out. I do believe that is indeed indicative of the kind of work that we want to do. We want to create those kinds of successes as much as we can. And so I appreciate that, and I hope that that will mean continued success for your business and businesses all across California. So thank you all. It's it's nice to be here, and I appreciate the invitation to visit with you at this great session. I certainly want to thank ITA and all of the organizations as part of that, and it's a real pleasure to be here with Undersecretary Hyatt, and I enjoyed the conversation we had outside and looking forward to following up in ways to continue to strengthen and build upon a partnership that will be good for the United States and be good for California. So welcome, and it's nice to see you here. I want to thank certainly the 4 district export councils and all the representatives, and certainly the sponsors that have helped make this session possible. I understand that the panel this morning with my fellow seatmate here was a good one, and I'm sure there's lots of great information that's happening through the exchanges, the one-on-one meetings, and the like. So this clearly looks like another successful endeavor. I just wanted to spend a few minutes with you talking about California, talking about the things that Governor Brown and our administration are working on to move California's economy forward, and how critically important international trade and investment is to our present and to our future, how much we value working with our organizations both in the state government and in the federal government in promoting that, and how particularly grateful we are to the European Union, which has been and continues to be a critically important venue and set of partnerships that add so much richness to California. And as we have continued to note, when we talk about international trade and investment in California, certainly we're very concerned and excited about the business possibilities that are associated therewith. But in California, you know, we look at our international partnerships from many different perspectives. The commercial benefits are obviously key, but the cultural benefits, the academic exchanges, the richness that folks from the European Union and folks from all over the world bring to California is indispensable to the wonderful culture and climate that we have here in California. California is a beautiful mosaic of people and cultures from all over the world that we continually seek to refresh and enrich through these relationships, and I think that is as important to us and certainly to Governor Brown as all the commercial benefits. But we'll take the commercial benefits as well, believe me, and it's certainly my job to try to promote those things. But you know, I want to highlight that since Governor Brown took office in 2011, what we've seen in California is a wonderful economic rebound and resurgence. We have a long way to go. We're not popping champagne corks in Sacramento as if all of our problems are solved. We have much more to do, but it certainly bears acknowledging that we've made enormous progress in the last several years. The numbers truly bear that out. Note that in 2011, when Governor Brown took office, unemployment in our state was at 12.2%. Our GDP was down. Our private sector job numbers were down. In many ways, our confidence and our spirit were down as well. And here we are just a few short years later. California's unemployment rate has come from that 12.2% all the way down to 7.8%, the lowest it's been in over 5 years, and yet a number that's still too high that we have to continue to work on, but clearly moving very steadily, very meaningfully in the right direction. Since Governor Brown took office, we've created over 1 million private sector jobs here in California. That's tops in the nation. Last year, we were number 2 in the nation in private sector job creation, just over 360,000 private sector jobs that were created in the last 12 months. Our GDP has been in the 3 to 3.5% range over the last couple of years. That's top 5 nationally. And when you look at just about every major sector of the economy, whether it's manufacturing, film and entertainment, travel and tourism, agriculture, biotechnology, information technology, and down the line, California continues to be the nation's leader in economic output in all of those key sectors. So not only has California's economy in the aggregate come back and is beginning to fire on all cylinders again, we're also contributing to the nation's rebound from the depths of the Great Recession. We are helping to lead the way in many ways nationally as well. So we're very glad that we have this kind of momentum, but we certainly need to build upon it to keep it moving. How have we done this? How have we been able to bring about California's economic rebound? I think it's because we have focused. I was having a good conversation over soup here at my table about the importance of improving the business climate in California, the importance of recognizing that there are many wonderful benefits of doing business in our state, but the costs are high as well, and we have to be realistic and pragmatic about attacking that entire equation to ensure that we are consistently tipping the balance in favor of businesses wanting to be here, investing, and growing in here. And those statistics that I gave you show that things are moving in the right direction, but we have much more to do. We have to be far more focused on creating greater successes around regulatory improvements like the one Don mentioned. And I'm so grateful that you mentioned Paul Martin on our team, who doesn't just work on international trade issues. He's pointing his attention at any and all areas where California's regulatory climate is an inhibitor to business investment and business growth in our state, as we acknowledge it too often is. You know, California leads the nation and in many ways leads the world in very progressive policies, looking out for our environment, for consumers, for workers, and for the public health. We pride ourselves on that leadership in California. It's part of who we are, and I think it's part of who we always should be. And yet the regulatory climate that we've created, the actual rules and the way those rules are implemented and enforced in the aggregate often are too cumbersome at times. They're too complicated. And when businesses have to figure out ways to make their businesses succeed and thrive, and they're doing that math as they must on a daily basis, they are forced to look at other options if we make it too difficult on them from a regulatory perspective. So we have to find that balance. And that's a big part of our responsibility in looking for common sense ways to improve processes, to make them faster, to make them more transparent, to make them more business friendly. Not giving on the underlying principles or values, just making it work better for business is exactly the approach that we're taking in a whole range of ways, and we're making lots of progress in that regard. So regulatory improvement's a very big deal. I have to talk about fiscal discipline at the state level for a moment. Recall that also in 2011, when Governor Brown took office, there was a $27 billion state deficit, the biggest deficit in the state's history. Here we are some 3.5 years later. Every budget that the governor has brought forward has not only been in balance, but has actually produced surpluses, the likes of which we haven't seen in a very long time. But the governor, and supported by smart leadership in the legislature together, they're working on saying that we're not going to spend that money. We're not going to go back to the kind of spending that got California in difficulties in the first place. We're going to usher in a new era of fiscal responsibility and discipline. We're going to save that money for the next downturn, which is sure to come. And I think that level of discipline and commitment to fiscal prudence is also inspiring greater confidence on the part of businesses that are considering California as a place to stay, to invest, and grow. We're reinforcing our commitment to education and workforce development in a 21st century context, because one of the great advantages that we continue to enjoy in California, but that we have to reinforce and grow, is our advantage of a very deep and rich talent pool and a robust talent pipeline that creates some of the most effective, capable workers out there on the planet that inform and support our innovation capacity in businesses generally. So reinforcing education and modernizing our approach to workforce development is a key area of focus for us, and building on that innovation capacity, right? Because if there's anything that distinguishes California from any other state in the country and most places in the world, is our capacity to innovate. We are innovating in all kinds of ways, information technology, biotechnology, and then the advancements in renewable energy, clean energy, zero-emission vehicles, all of these ways that we will not only help solve business problems in our country and our world, but enormous climate problems. For those folks that have been watching Governor Brown, he has staked out not just a national, but a global leadership position for California in tackling the challenges of climate change. How will we do that? We will do it fundamentally in two ways: by advancing policies that help us be more thoughtful and considerate of emissions and other contributors to climate change, but also we know that we're going to have to innovate our way out of these challenges. We're going to have to create the new renewable energies of the future, the new building energy efficiencies of the future. We're going to have to find new, more modern and less climate or carbon-intense ways of driving transportation. All of these things are essential to achieving our climate goals over time, and California will continue to be a leader in producing the products and the technologies and services that will help us achieve these long-term objectives. That's great for the planet, it's great for our climate, but it's also very, very good business, both domestically and internationally. Don mentioned that we went to China last year in a wonderful trade mission where we spent a couple of weeks in that country talking with the folks there that are eager to learn from us and to buy the products and services that we create as their economy is growing at an unprecedented rate. The construction and the development of whole new societies, both in China, in India, in sub-Saharan Africa, in South America, and places in the European Union. Places all over the planet are looking to grow and develop and renew their societies and their communities, and they want and need to avail themselves of the greatest technologies and innovations that exist on the planet if we are to absorb population growth and scale our communities in a way that can meet the needs of our people, but also be considerate of the challenges that we have with our planet. Those innovations and those technologies are being born in California every single day. So what I say from an exporting perspective, I don't think there is any limit. There is no cap to the amount of exporting that our state can do. It will only be hindered or will only be limited by our own capacity to create the conditions here in California that will allow manufacturers like Doug and others all across California to be enormously successful. So that is our objective and that's our goal, to take advantage of these rapidly expanding global markets. So international business is crucial. It is critical to our success, and that's why China, why we went there last year, why we did have Prime Minister Netanyahu here. We've had many, many other national leaders or international leaders that have come here. I think the Prime Minister of Ireland is coming this week. I personally had a great chance to meet with the Welsh First Minister, Carwyn Jones, a wonderful guy that was here last year. We've had many, many visitors from all over the world, especially from the European Union, and we appreciate that very much. Though we're here on the West Coast and though we talk a lot about Asia Pacific because it's so critically important to our present and to our future, we never lose sight of the fact in our office, and the governor recognizes that the European Union continues to be overall our largest trading partner. A couple of statistics are last year in 2013 we exported over $28 billion worth of merchandise goods to the European Union. We imported some $31 billion worth of merchandise goods from the European Union. We see a wonderful trajectory of European companies that are investing in California. Porsche is building a new test track here in our state. A Swiss printing company, printing manufacturer Wajet is opening a new facility here in California. A couple of London-based companies, technology-based companies called the Blur Group and Exchange Lab. These are just a handful of examples of wonderful European companies that are eager and are coming to California and wanting to invest, and we want to do everything we can to promote many, many more names like that. Much more commerce is here to come. The partnership is one that has been valuable. It is one that has tremendous capacity still, and that's why I'll close by saying I'm very, very grateful to the ITA, to the U.S. Commercial Service, to the Foreign Commercial Service, who are tremendous partners of ours in our overseas exploits. Of course, the District Export Councils, all four of them, are critically important in what we do. The state agencies here, the Centers for International Trade Development, are wonderful about working with us collaboratively, and Undersecretary Hyatt and I were talking about ways that we can do so much more. There's such a stronger partnership that can be developed. We can engage and execute at such a crisper level. The President clearly, with the National Export Initiative, has made it a top priority for the United States economy to grow through manufacturing and through selling those goods to our partners, but also welcoming in that foreign direct investment and bringing in those partnerships all over the United States. The President is determined to make that happen, and therefore I trust that folks will be helping him to make that happen. I can assure you there was no less determination on the part of Governor Brown to ensure that California continues to be at the forefront of that national growth. We are committed to doing that, and we're grateful for the work that you all do so that all these businesses that are here, as they form and as they grow, they look at this wonderful domestic market and take full advantage of it, but they set their sights even higher to this global opportunities that exist. If we do our work collectively in this room to create those conditions where they can take full advantage of those international capabilities, as I said a moment ago, there's just simply no limit to what we can achieve in California. And California, that's what we're about, no limits. Folks, thank you very much for the time. I appreciate it. Are we taking questions? I'd be happy to take if anybody has any. Any questions out there? And by the way, if there are any hard questions, I'm going to make sure that my deputy, Brian Peck, who leads all of our international trade and investment efforts, and if you haven't met Brian, do you mind sort of giving a wave to the crowd here? He is truly one of the most capable and experienced trade-related professionals in private sector and in business or in government that I've had the pleasure to interact with. So please use Brian. You'll find it to be to your benefit. Any questions? I'd be happy to take those, or I'm happy to sit down and move on with the program. Yes, sir. Yeah, good question. So many of you know that when they're back in the 2000s, California had a very robust network of international trade and investment offices. And then amidst all the budget struggle and strife and things that were happening in the 2000s, California's entire agency of trade, technology, and commerce was shut down, and with it went all of those international trade and investment offices. When Governor Brown took office in 2011, he identified that as a bit of a deficit in our overall business growth strategy. And so we've embarked upon an effort to begin to reconstitute not only the relationships, but to begin to create a physical presence around the world as well. The first such office we opened in Shanghai last year when we took the trip to China. We don't have a specific roadmap or a plan for which offices are going to go where next. And clearly there are no shortage of tremendous opportunities, and certainly within the European Union, there are many, many places that would warrant, again, that kind of physical presence and connectivity because of how important those relationships are. So the short answer is I don't have a firm answer for you, but we are considering these things. But I also want to say part of the reason why I don't have a firm answer is we want to have an operating model for the offices that we feel really good about, both in terms of how they're financed, how they're staffed, what the objectives are, how we can create the proper measurability and accountability to performance, and how we scale that in a way that makes the most sense. So if you know Governor Brown, he doesn't jump into anything quickly. We're watching how things are playing out in China, and we're developing a very objective and data-driven analysis to lay out that roadmap. So we'll have more to come. I'll take a question in the back, and then I'm going to let you folks go on.
Yes, I've been in cosmetics for over 30 years, and actually one of the good services from the state was they were working in cooperation with the, I guess, the trade organization at Long Beach University in the cosmetics world, and they had sponsored a pavilion for a couple of years at the cosmetics shows. Now I'm in the nutritional supplement business, so my question is, are you looking to help companies create, establish pavilions at the various international trade shows? Because I think that's a good thing, because trade shows are expensive, and if the state could help coordinate it and even share some of the cost, it makes it easier to help develop international business.
Yeah, listen, I appreciate that comment. I think we're definitely open to that kind of thing. We work with a few groups that are nonprofit organizations. There's a group that's called Team California that helps provide a presence at trade shows, both domestically and internationally. And of course, we always work with our great economic development organization partners across the state. I see my friend Bill Allen here, from the Los Angeles EDC, for instance, which is just a tremendous partner and the kind of group that we tend to work with around individual opportunities like that. So I think the short answer is sure. I think we understand that promoting ourselves in the right kinds of venues or helping to invest so businesses and organizations can get greater visibility at those international shows. I think we see the value in that. I would be very open to finding ways to support that going forward. You bet. Folks, thank you very much for the time. I really appreciate it.
Rashid Sayudi, director of the Los Angeles USIAC, just a couple blocks from here. So Rashid, will you please come up?
Good afternoon. Welcome to Los Angeles. We are so excited to have you here in Los Angeles. My name is Rashid Sayudi. I'm the director of the Downtown Los Angeles Export Assistance Center here in Los Angeles. It gives me pleasure to be here. I was told to remind our viewers that we are live streaming. It's still going on, and you can track it at trade.gov/discoverforums or dexsocal.org. I'd like to thank the local team here in Los Angeles, including our offices in Orange County, in both Los Angeles offices and Ontario, who have spent so much time really working on this particular event, in addition to our teams outside of Southern California. My office is just across the street, and we're co-located with one of our best partners, the LA Economic Development Corporation. Bill Allen, thank you for being here, and thank you for the great partnership that you have with us since early 2004. We have been fortunate to share the space and work together to promote LA as not only as a destination for entertainment, but also an international trade destination for companies. It gives me a pleasure to introduce our Undersecretary, Ken Hyatt. I was asked not to give a long presentation about his background, but I have some few points I would like to share with you. I know that he's an avid baseball player, and we welcome you to Dodgerland. Please help us with the White Sox tonight at 7:10. It's going to be a great game tonight. Ken was behind the integration of global markets within the International Trade Administration, which helped our agency become more efficient and effective. And today, this conference is just a true example of what that integration is about. So thank you very much for your assistance. With his strong consultancy background, he's a true believer that solutions and great ideas really come from the field. And he would like to hear from you about your ideas on how to promote international trade, how to make our agency, the U.S. Commercial Service and International Trade Administration, be better to help you serve your communities and your companies to be involved internationally. Please give a warm welcome to our Undersecretary, Ken Hyatt.
I have to confess that I'm a Washington Nationals fan. I moved away as a child from Washington when we used to have the Washington Senators, and I moved back, now the Texas Rangers. Sorry, Dan, but I'm delighted to be here. I realize as I come up here that the team has been talking very clearly about how we have kept to our time schedule, and I now risk taking us off our time schedule, which of course terrifies me because I live to serve my employees. So I thank all of you for everything you've done here. I wanted to very briefly thank the sponsors, particularly Mitchell Silberberg. And the reason I'm focused on Mitchell Silberberg, as I was saying earlier this morning, my last job working in the legal profession was with Mitchell Silberberg. And I say it was my last job because after working at Mitchell Silberberg, I went into business consulting. I don't want to draw a connection between the two, but I did want to thank you. I haven't thought about Mitchell Silberberg in many, many years until I saw your signs out here. I wanted to briefly talk about our trade and investment agenda. We've been talking about Europe in particular. We've been talking about California, which is, of course, my favorite state today. Tomorrow, I will have a different favorite state. But I did want to talk about our trade and investment agenda. And, building and reinforcing what people have talked about to get here, there's no question about the opportunity. And people have talked about 95% of the customers being outside the United States. I was particularly struck by the competitive story about the need to look internationally. Before I joined government, which was roughly 4 years ago, I started and had a small consulting firm. I worked around the world and thought I had the best consulting firm in my particular niche globally. And I sort of viewed my competitive frame, as many American companies do, as my competitors in the country. And I compared myself against the 3 or 4 companies that were doing business against me. I knew why I was better, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And one day I got attacked from England by a competitor firm that was in my same business, that attacked the London operation, the European operations of an American multinational. They knocked me out in England and then came after me in the United States. And it was a great, great lesson around how I needed to sort of look globally, competitively. Now, as a result of it, and I think Jim talked about it, it then enabled me to learn what they did and innovate at a higher level. So I do think that part of when we talk about the export story is a story of opportunity. But I think in a global world, in a world where a lot of you play in tradable sectors, whether it's services or goods, you got to be looking globally because you never know where the competitor is coming from. So we've talked about the opportunity on the export side. I wanted to also talk about the investment piece for a minute because we've been talking about trade and investment, and Kish, you talked about the investment side of it as well. We believe we're at an extraordinary moment in terms of attraction of foreign direct investment and even reshoring, as some people talk about it, companies bringing investment back. And more, there is evidence to support that we are the premier destination right now. The U.S. is the premier investment destination in the world. And I don't think that was true 5 years ago, and I don't think it was true 10 years ago. And part of that is rule of law, and part of it is innovation. And part of it is energy cost advantages that we have. But we are at a moment now where we believe there will be a manufacturing resurgence in this country. You can also look at manufacturing productivity lines and compare us to other countries. There's a lot of evidence to suggest this is a great moment for us. And despite that opportunity, there's still a lot of people around the world who don't understand that. There are misperceptions about whether we are welcoming of investment. We spend a fair amount of our time communicating to governments around the world and businesses around the world that we welcome your investment, because there are people who don't believe we want them as a tourist, and there are people who don't believe we want their investment, and that's part of what we're doing. So there's a great opportunity both on the trade, the export side, and the investment side. Briefly, my boss, Secretary Penny Pritzker, who is an extraordinary boss and Commerce Secretary, came to Commerce now about a year ago, and when she came to Commerce at her swearing-in ceremony, Vice President Biden said, "Penny, as I confirm you, as I get you into government here, it's my view that commerce and trade and investment are going to be the most important issues of the next 10 years. And Penny then immediately started using words like all in, which sort of business, she's been in business all of her life. And we are now sitting and working in a world where we talk about being all in on trade and investment. And let me sort of talk it through real quick. And we've talked about it, and more broadly, opening markets to create a level playing field for American companies. We talked about TTIP this morning. It's TPP. I was with the U.S. Chamber yesterday, and they talked about the trade agreements using a sports analogy as hitting home runs. If you can hit some of these, there are home runs to be hit. And one thing, as I think about the trade agreements from a competitive perspective, a lot of people just argue the benefits, but do not argue the consequences of not having them. Our competitors are negotiating trade agreements. In various parts of the world, I sit with companies, American companies, who say as the EU trade agreement comes in force, it's creating a barrier for us as European tariffs are coming down and the American tariff hasn't. So the trade agreement agenda is a competitive agenda in addition to an opportunity agenda. So we're working to open markets, and we're working on the trade agreements. We're also doing that day-to-day work if companies are facing specific barriers. We were talking at lunch, and I got a particular idea around if there are particular concrete barriers you're facing, whether it's a standards issue. In this case, it was a requirement for animal testing for cosmetics, right? And that therefore becomes a barrier in a certain part of the world, not in the EU, right? Beryl is like nodding her head saying that's not required there. But in a certain country, it is a barrier. So part of our agenda is to level the playing field. A second part of the agenda is to broaden and deepen the exporter base. And that's more companies exporting and those who do exporting more. We are working to provide more customized, more tailored information. We went out and did an unusual thing. We talked to a bunch of our customers about what we did. Antoine is laughing. We did it quantitatively. We went out and did focus groups. We had a series of conversations. What are we doing well? What do we need to do more of? What we heard more over and over again was the more precise and tailored you can be about providing advice to us. So if we're in the cosmetics business, demonstrate to me you understand the cosmetics business as you think about what we're doing. So we're really working to do that. We're working with states and communities around the country to tell the tale of exporting, tell the benefits of exporting, so we get more and more communities doing this with us. Third, we're working on attracting foreign direct investment. And part of that message is communicating that we're an attractive investment destination. And part of it is getting the federal government on the team of the promotion of foreign direct investment. Around the world, we have ambassadors who are now talking about this. We have our Foreign Service, we have the State Department, but we're actually out there now communicating this is a great investment destination, come invest here. And a number of people have talked about the conversations they've had. Finally, we're enforcing the trade laws, because as we compete, we sometimes face, and you sometimes face, unfair trade practices around the world. So those four pieces, level the playing field, broaden and deepen the exporter base, attract inward investment, and enforce the trade laws are sort of the core components of this. Now, one last thing before I go. 5 questions I have for you. And I've been sort of asking these, but let me sort of ask them to you as a request, and then as we go through the day, I'd be curious to hear thoughts on it. 5 questions. Question number 1. I ask that you all go out and talk about the benefits of exporting. And you talk about to your employees, to your parents, to your kids, to your relatives, but it is necessary that we are all talking not about the benefits of trade agreements, but about benefits of trade. And I think the conversation on trade will benefit from more people out there saying it's part of everyone's job around this room to go out and talk about this, right? And talk about this as a bipartisan issue, as an opportunity to create jobs. So that's sort of question 1, or ask number 1. Ask number 2 is, as we were talking at the table, if you are facing specific problems anywhere in the world, and you can think of a way we can help you, you need to tell us. I was at the Singapore Air Show a couple of months ago, and I sat with an American company who said, you know, I only ask for your help when it's really important. And I said to the person, what are you talking about? No, I want to save when I ask for your help. We advocate on behalf of American companies, and Mac Tadeo is here somewhere, in global procurement, right? And if you're in if you are in a procurement where there's a foreign government running that procurement, we will come and fight for you in those, and the companies didn't actually know that we did it. So if you have problems, if you need our help, please do it. Third, as was said, any feedback on what we can do better, what we need to do more of, and to the district export councils, there is tremendous knowledge in the room. To our partners, there's tremendous knowledge in the room, but we continue to need your help and what we can do to add more value. And it's a little bit the spirit after many years in the private sector of continuous improvement. We have just got to innovate more, we've got to deliver more value, and we need your help there. Question 4 is, and this is a conversation, Kish, you and I were having, is how do we cooperate even more to add more value? I think there's value being left on the table between the district export councils and commerce, between the states and commerce, between the partners. We've got to figure out how to get together doing this. And my final ask is thank those people who work for me who add value to you, all right? It was Public Service Recognition Week a couple weeks ago, and I had the opportunity, we did one of these in San Antonio, and I could ask everyone to thank the people who work in government who are doing this. But this is really an extraordinary group, and this whole notion, we're here to help you, which again, in the private sector in all my career, I sort of didn't believe that. This actually is the case in this particular world, and all these great, whether they're in our domestic field here, the USIACs, the Foreign Service officers, the extraordinary locally engaged staff, experts in these countries, they really add a tremendous amount of value. So at some point over these 2 days, I would just ask you to thank them. And again, thank you. I hope this is a useful time for you. And again, I thank you. And Matthew, why don't you come up for 1 second? I want to introduce my colleague, the Deputy Assistant Secretary for Europe, the Middle East, and Africa. You should chat with him at some point, but he was going to make a presentation. And again, thank you all for your efforts, and hope it's useful.
So thank you very much, Ken, and good afternoon, everybody. It's a great pleasure to be here. As Ken mentioned, I'm the Deputy Assistant Secretary of Commerce for Europe, the Middle East, and Africa. And it's always refreshing to be able to meet with and get to know the businesses who we serve better. But it's also especially a privilege for me to be with my colleagues from the field, from Europe. The commercial service officers and the teams with whom I spend a lot of time on the phone, and then I will occasionally have the chance to see when I'm out there myself traveling. But I just want to, somebody said this morning that, one of the advantages of using our services is that they are free. And this is, in a sense, it's true. But it is so much more than that. And I want to just underscore that in this room with you today, the people who are here from Europe have certain know-how that you cannot get anywhere else in the world. And if you are a business person and you are capable of listening and taking advantage of real know-how, then you are exactly in the right place today. And I would encourage you to take not only advantage of this event, but to continue to develop and cultivate this relationship. Because this know-how is a public good, it is available to you, and it is something that if you use intelligently, you can deepen and broaden your business in any market in the world. And it comes coupled with something besides know-how, which is intuition, with some of the intangibles that go with being a smart and effective business in a foreign market. And so it is also true that, as Ken has indicated and as we heard from Governor Brown's representative here today, this is also an example, everything we're doing right now, of smart government. We have gotten to be so much better at delivering a service cost effectively and intelligently, and working, most importantly, at the speed that you work. We work at the speed of business in the Department of Commerce. And we want to be able to serve you and anticipate your needs. And finally, we want to learn from you. And so I trust you understand that we are, as we go through these meetings in the next 24 hours, we are learning as much from you as you are from us, and we are taking that knowledge and we are turning it into a wider and bigger public good that can be beneficial for all businesses of California and throughout the country. And so the other thing we do, and the folks here who serving our country so well in foreign markets do every day, is they measure their success one company at a time. And so it is my privilege today, and I would like to invite to the podium some people who we're going to honor this afternoon. So let's start with Richard Swanson. Could you come up? And then Doug Hosking and Adeline Polis from the company Freeman Beauty Labs. Could you join me up here? Delia Valdiva, could you please also come up and join me at the podium? Don't be shy, come on up. Hi. Good to see you. Hi. So I'd like to tell you a little bit about this company, Freeman Beauty Labs, and recognize them for their success in entering new markets. First of all, Freedom Beauty Labs manufactures and supplies personal care products such as facial masks, lotions, and scrubs throughout the world. Freeman currently has distribution in over 55 countries worldwide. We talked a little bit earlier this morning about how this is the 25th anniversary of the Berlin Wall coming down. Listen to the names of the countries in Europe to which Freeman exports now. They have distributors in the Czech Republic, in Turkey, in Russia, in Lithuania, Netherlands, Belgium, Finland, Romania, Serbia, and Croatia. And what I find particularly interesting is that they also have exports to Ukraine. Think of this part of the world. The wall has come down, but the opportunities are still fertile out there. And there are many, many new opportunities that can arise in situations such as we're witnessing in Ukraine today. The market is underserved by U.S. companies, by their goods and services, and there are many, many opportunities to come in that space. So I would encourage you all to pay close attention to Ukraine. As a result of the hard work and dedication by this company, along with the counseling services provided by the staff of the U.S. Commercial Service, both in Los Angeles and around the world, the company has significantly increased international sales this year, including expanding distribution to Germany, Spain, and the United Kingdom. The company has also successfully adapted its packaging to comply with new EU cosmetic regulations of the type that we heard about this morning. They have removed parabens and mineral oils from formulas from main core lines to further align their products with the European market, and they are now working with additional potential distributors in Sweden and Poland. So I'm pleased, as a result, to present this Export Achievement Certificate to Doug and to Adeline of Freeman Beauty Labs, and to recognize your great work in exporting to new markets. So I believe that concludes our proceedings for the lunch. Oh, of course you may. Of course you may. I'm sorry.
Sorry, I know we're supposed to stay on time here, but I'm going to use Ken's rule, question number 5, just to thank all of the people at U.S. Commercial Services. The word's nice, but all the work that everyone did, and you heard about our success, you are a part of that, and we appreciate your work. So, thank you.
All right, thank you very much. That concludes our luncheon program. And although we are 5 minutes over the published agenda time, Ken and Doug, we are not late. I do want to mention that my colleague Delia also managed registrations for us and is a lot more than what we expected, so I very much appreciate it and appreciate all members of the team. Okay, hurry up. We need to get to our next session. We have some breakouts. Across the foyer is a session titled Automotive Market and Opportunities. Also in that area is an exploration of opportunities in the Slovak, German, and Austria markets. And then as you exit to your left are one-on-one meetings, as well as a session on European energy market and one on VAT and tax strategies. We'll see you back here at 3:30 p.m.